It is only you, Svan.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to another Victory Never Sleeps. We are trying some new stuff here tonight, so it's going to be a little wild. Trying to figure things out. We are set tonight to go over 3 runes, but normally I, stand to the side while Asatru gives the good and well-founded introductions. So we are going to try to see if we can't get that brought back up, so that way we can, work some things out. You'll have to stand by with us for a minute. As many of you know, we are covering Sowilo, Tiwas, and Berkano, the first 2 runes of the third et and the final rune of the second et or eter, and we will finally will leave the second et, but this is a really interesting time because I'm gonna try to re-emphasize a little bit on some of the concepts that we were covering earlier in the series about motion, about the divine connections of epochs, whether it's mythical time and mythical story, or if it's, speculation is the ideas that it might be actual epochs of time. And I'll go into a little bit of that with my my former rune master that taught me about his beliefs about where we were in the epochs of time, and try to cover a little bit more about history, especially the origin of the runes, asking about the runic origins and things like that. So should be covering that fair enough, or soon enough, I mean.
All right, guys, I'm sorry about that. I got a brand new camera as of yesterday that we got set up here, and it does cool stuff like follow me over here or follow me over here. But one thing it also does is when I close certain programs, it shuts down my camera, unbeknownst to me. So that's fine. We got to work out some kinks. I appreciate you covering there for a few minutes, Svan. We'll get back into this. Oh, also, I should note that our wardrobe was not coordinated. It was a weird synchronicity that bodes well for this evening's broadcast. That said, this is the first time I'm getting to talk to you guys like this in the month of October, and I figured I'd give y'all some updates. Appreciate you guys' generosity. You guys are pretty spectacular. I want to go over a couple of things just so folks know where we are at, and I'm gonna hope things are all working to get some graphics up here. I was going to tell you a little bit about Njordshof and how our payoff of that is going, which, as you guys may or may not know, is our first step towards getting Phrasehof. So we are looking at $103,790.86 still owed on Njordshof. It's a lot of money, but it's way less money than we started out. And that's a real significant accomplishment. We got we got Njordshof in August of last year, and we started out owing $245,000. That's the most expensive Hof that we've acquired so far. And here, a year and 2 months later, we're already, I could run the math, but if you look at the thing, we're already, well in the 60s, 60 some percent paid off. I appreciate you guys. This is, I think close to 3,000 better than it was this time last month. So we are making progress, and we couldn't do it without you guys' help. Other thing I'd like to touch on is Sigerheim. Also a big chunk, but a really important project that has been generations in the making. Again, you guys have been super helpful. We owe quite a bit, but we owe, I think, a couple of thousand less than we owed this time last month. So we still owe $210,316.94 on Sigerheim. That's a big chunk, but not when you consider that we've got two of these that we're trying to accomplish. So you guys have been amazing. Thank you so much. That's where we stand on that. Now, coming up next at the end of this month, the very last weekend of this month, we're going to have Winter Nights at Sigerheim. As of this moment, we've got every member of the AFA Witan planning on attending that event. It's going to be really special. You can see what all the fuss is about Sigerheim. It is a amazing place, and I want so badly to show it all off to you guys and to share it with you guys. So if you can make it, that's in Jackson County, Tennessee. We would love to see you guys there. Please reach out to your local folk builder if that's something that you are interested in. Winter Nights at Sigerheim. And coming up next month in November, we have Feast of the Einherjar in South Dakota. Again, another amazing event. It's an event I'm going to be at. I believe Steve and Sheila McNallen are going to be at that as well. And we would love to see you guys there. If you're interested and able to do it, please reach out to your folk builder and they can get you all set up. Next thing I think I probably should say is all the different little bells and whistles we've got going on this week. Some of our amazing tech people have watched Victory Never Sleeps and wanted to help out and get this the best it can possibly be. In an effort to do so, they've got some fun little ways to donate that are different and on some different platforms that work better. Don't know exactly what the kids are calling them these days, but the links to them are in the description of this video, and it's got some fun little, I don't know, little interaction on the screen that goes along with that. So that's excited. I encourage you guys to participate in that if you'd like to. But all of the other options are still available over on Entropy, over on Rumble, if that's something that you'd like to do. Or if you just want to throw questions in over on YouTube, that's fine as well. But yeah, we're excited. Want some feedback on how you guys think this is going, what you like, what maybe you wish were different, and we can try to adjust accordingly. But I'm pretty excited, and it's a fun little thing for us to do on this. So Svan, you were getting us started on our rune discussion this week. You want to go ahead and pick up where you left off and then tell the folks about the victory rune Sowilo.
Absolutely. Yeah, we were kind of covering, the idea that first there was the origin of the runes. And the reason why I'm bringing this back up is because the significance of I would say the ancientness of this rune is what really kind of inspired me to make sure that we reemphasize again the origins of the runes. The origins of the runes are not known. They're not. There's a lot of speculation, and you might find some people maybe outside of our faith that clearly will say, "Oh no, these are just lone images and icons from the Etruscans, from the Romans, or perhaps even the Greeks." However, I mean, we do, the significance of understanding that these symbols go back even just all the way back into the Bronze Age, that we have found stone carvings, we have found evidence of these markings, but not necessarily in a specific order. But the biggest one that we find repeatedly is, of course, this rune, Sowilo. Sowilo is the sun rune, and it is found all the way back to the Bronze Age in various forms, whether we're talking about much like the sun and rod behind my head, the sun wheel form, or sometimes it's broken apart and it's in singular form. Sometimes it has maybe one bend or two bends or three bends even. And so I really wanted to kind of bring that up, is that it's worth noting, we talked a lot about Tacitus, and we talked about Tacitus and his accounts of the divination ceremonies, the Germanic tribes. But it's also worth noting, like, further back, Herodotus even made mention of the Scythians casting lots of stabs or tines. Now, he doesn't specifically mention symbols or sigils or what have you, but I mean the clear comparison between the two, and vast amounts of time between them. It's worth noting that the practice of runic divination is not a new phenomenon. It's not something new age. There are people that can argue it. They could argue that the stabs and the symbols themselves were not on those tines because it doesn't specifically say that they were. But if you're following the linkage, the tissue between them, I don't think is non-existent. It's just there are very, very thin gaps between them, and it really is evident with this rune. So this is the reconstructed name of this rune is Sowilo, and it will have soul and Saul or Sigil are the older names, and from those names, plus with the Gothic or Gutenish reconstructions, we get Sowilo. I have seen some people mention it with a V sound, Sowilo, and I don't know if that has a lot of validity because of the W and V sound. The V sound didn't really show up in W's in Germanic language till later. So it was most likely a W sound. And we covered that with Wunyo. The rune is a W sound first and a secondary sound V because of that adaptation. But Sowilo is the sun rune, and this rune is as much as Hagalaz as seen as a rune of perhaps obstacle or difficultness. This rune is quite the opposite. There's an overwhelming sense of recovery, victory, joy. There's a lot of different emotions tied in with Sowilo. Sowilo is a harbinger of truth. It's a shining of the light on the shadows of things, the melter of ice, and the bane against that which is hidden. So Sowilo, when we're talking about divinatorily, it's seen at, or I guess in divination, perhaps that's not the right word, but in divination, it's often seen as the end result of cumulative deeds and actions coming to absolute fruition. It's the best possible outcome. It is clearly a positive. But if we were talking in more a projected sense, Sowilo is definitely the rune of victory. This is kind of brought about simply because of the word Sigur. Sigur is victory in Old Norse, and it still transfers over even into the Anglo-Frisian, and that clearly has one meaning: victory. In battle, over obstacles, even conquering nature is about a victory. It's the idea of being able to not be at a detriment in any way, shape, or form. But this combines, or is linked with the concepts of truth, exposing truth. It's the rune of nobility. It's truly a bright rune. The symbology of the stab itself confuses a lot of people because culturally now we associate that symbology with lightning. And perhaps this is a holdover with the idea of culturally we saw this shape in relation to a flash of light or a gleam of light. And so people who have never messed around with the runes or just reading books, they were like, "Oh, the lightning rune." I've heard that quite a lot. Even my children, say that now and then, and it's kind of true. But the emphasis of the symbology is that it's culturally connected to the flash or the glint of light, and this is all throughout our lore. Whether we're talking about like Baldur's Home, Breidablik, it's the bright but shining flash, or if we're talking about Lord Freyr and his shield man or his thane, Skirner. Skirner means like a flash of light or glint of light, or a ray. And so this rune has a lot of connotations simply to the element of light. And when we talk about cosmology is so important in our faith that we realize that our ancestors saw the gods in the upper world, and we saw us in the middle world, and saw things that fell away from time as not being dead or decomposed or gone completely, but in a state of slow transition, or a receptacle of knowledge. So when we think about light, we think about the divine light, we think about the heavenly and upper world. When Christians utilize a lot of these symbolic meanings, a lot of these do come from European concepts of heavenly light and things of this nature, because there's even mention in the Bible where that Yahweh is seen as kind of a middle earth or a middling God, as far as even when like the plagues of Egypt, it says he raises his hand and blots out the sun, and that's showing, like, again, this kind of sense of being of the middle. And it's super important for us to reclaim that understanding, to understand that the word heaven is not a Christian word. It's an Anglo-Saxon Germanic word. And from heaven comes that light. The just below heaven is the Leos Alvar, the scanning light between heaven and earth is dominated by these beings that adjudicate warmth, light, growth, and victory and happiness. So this rune really reemphasizes that, and you can see that a lot in Bronze Age art from the Germanic folk, or just even in broad the Aryan people that had moved into Europe. Whether it's the solar disk on a chariot or whether it's the solar disk inside a boat. And you can kind of see these things. The chariot has a lot more significance, I think, to land-bound ancestors, and the boat became more prominent because of traveling through the Baltic Sea and over the Aegean and in the Black Sea, even long farther back than people even realize, way further than the Viking Age. So this rune is one of the archaic runes that really holds ancient and primordial connection. When people see this rune, it's magnetizing. It's very, very dynamic, and so that's why we utilize it. It's been utilized, sometimes in a circle, obviously with 4 arms, sometimes with as many as 8 or 12. And these are not like new inventions. A lot of people try to say that this is, again, just totally hearkening that this is some sort of 1930s National Socialist thing. No, they were using stuff from the medieval times, and the medieval times were used, like medieval ages, heraldic marks and things of Germany. They were using this stuff from even further back. And so, there's tons of rune stones in England, in Denmark, and farther north. It's, to my knowledge, like right now, I can't even think of if there was any stones that were found in Germany. But I do know that a lot of the medieval resurrection of the runes did come about in heraldic marks and in church marks. They were utilized in a lot of structures, and this rune in particular, Sowilo. But you'll find this rune in the Kelver stone, which we talked about at length 2 weeks ago. It has 2 bends in it. Sometimes people will say it looks more like a lightning bolt. It's got, I guess it would look almost like a very widened zigzag. Whereas over time, it started to manifest into different forms. All of the forms have been seen since the Bronze Age. It's just that the practice of carving it and using it has been different. Sometimes it's been made more vertical, and that's because using track lines to keep organization during rune carvings on stone. Sometimes it's a little bit more angular. And, again, this is one of those runes that almost anybody who has a slight interest in the runes immediately sees it. A rune of enlightenment and the crown of light, the light from heaven, the light from the gods. Some have even associated with the prismatic light that passes from Balder in Bifrost, the rainbow bridge or the fiery bridge. But yeah, there's nothing negative that can be said about this rune. So that's just my broad overview on it.
Well, so there's some more to say. Before I say my piece on it, I want to acknowledge some folks that have used some of our new little fun donate bells and whistles, and a guy that didn't, but that's super consistent every single week donating. Ronald, thank you very much for your donation towards South Africa. We appreciate it. I should have mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, I did just do our quarterly payout to the South African Family Relief Project. So they're doing really good things, and they're certainly very appreciative of the food and groceries that we're able to help them get a hold of. So that's much appreciated. Also, Gothi Bodhi Mayo bought us a coffee. I appreciate that. I don't know where to go to get my coffee, but we'll figure that out on the back end. Zach Phelps decided to donate $1 to us. It says, "Hail the AFA." Actually, Bodhi wanted to say, "All praise to Njordshof." And those folks at Njordshof are doing an awesome job. They got a lot of cool things going on there. That's down in White Springs, Florida. If you guys are close or want to go check it out, you should absolutely do that. And then we got the victory horn got blown by Bjorn the Blacksmith. Appreciate that. Sowilo's one of my go-to runes when I've got a Galder one. So if you've never been to one of my floats, I like to start out rituals with Galder, especially if it's a group ritual, because Galdering the rune figuratively harmonizes us, metaphysically harmonizes us, but literally it harmonizes us. Us trying to go for the same intonement of the runic Galder calibrates us and harmonizes us in a really cool way. So one of my big go-tos is Sowilo. You guys may have picked up on victory being kind of a theme of mine that I like to push really hard. That's why the show's called Victory Never Sleeps. That's why it's called Sigerheim. And this rune is by far one of my favorites, and one of the ones I think was the most powerful to our ancestors, or it's one that we certainly see used in holy arts in a lot of ways. I've seen that over in the chat, talked about that in the Philfote, in any of the Sonnenrad imagery. This is kind of the conception of what solar light and rays of solar light are in this jagged Sowilo formation. But I want to correct something a little bit. So Svan says we don't know the origins of the runes. It's not true. Origins of the rune, they come from when the Allfather picked them up by hanging himself on a windswept tree for 9 nights. We know the origins of the runes. When scholars want to debate the origin of the stick figures that we use to depict the runes, that's a bit murkier. But the Allfather giving man the runes isn't just something he decided to do in Viking times with chainmail and a nasal helm and a longship. You can see that he shared runic knowledge with our folk very early, and that this displayed. And I think that you'll find most all of those instances of quote unquote letters that the runes are copied off of are from Aryan peoples that are as entitled to the gifts from the Allfather as anyone else. So I think it's a little bit of a misnomer in that sense.
Well, you're
but-
busting my chops on that one.
No, I'm trying to bust the well actually's chops.
Well, and it's worth. I mean, I was trying to bring it up from, I guess, an outsider or scholastic perspective of how they kind of relegate where the runes come from. And I mean, we have evidence clearly with Heimdall being mentioned as, you know, giving the runes to King, but also, you know, again with Odin being seen or passing through or traveling through the middle world in numerous stories. I think that a lot of people get caught up on the idea that you know, Heimdall or Odin, and it can't be Heimdall because Odin has to do everything. But I think that they both did it. I think that they had I think it's been done numerous times in order to enliven, because you can almost see kind of like gaps and then all of a sudden a reemergence again. And I think that shows that the gods are intentionally rewatering the roots of the folk. And so, you know, it's mentioned, of course, in Rigstula, but it's, you know, again, with Odin being amongst and teaching, you know, the young, you know, children that he's kind of backed, or a child that he's backed, you know, teaching him secrets of these runes and things. And obviously, you know, there's nothing in the Eddas mentioning about Odin being connected to the kings of England's royalty, but yet they clearly have that. It's showing that Odin, and I would say many of the gods have come down and possibly, you know, reinvigorated that knowledge.
That's the difference between the gods being real and the gods being literary or mythic devices by primitive people to explain stuff. If that's the case, then you got to pick one, and you've got to have this real dumbed down narrative that you have to force the gods into. No, we know our gods are real. Just as Odin and Heimdall taught our ancestors at different point knowledge of the runes. Svan, you're not Odin, and I'm not Odin, but here we are teaching people about the runes tonight. If two Gothar can do that, why on earth wouldn't two gods of the Aesir be able to do that as well? That's silly. It doesn't pass common sense logic.
I think that's one of the beauties of your the way that you have kind of laid things out. I think a lot of people get bent out of shape, or mentally it breaks barriers. You know, in one proclamation, they'll say, you know, oh, everything's too regimented, or what have you. But really, we are more of the mindset of common sense. I mean, it's like, if you can't conceptualize the idea, or I'm not saying you, but anybody can't conceptualize the idea that Thor could come down and teach someone the runes, because for some reason, by some imaginary framework, Thor doesn't know the runes. It's people plug the gods into literary cookie cutters without conceptualizing any of the gods could come down at any time with their interaction with the middle worlds, and they have the runic knowledge. It was attained by Odin and given to them. Why couldn't they?
The very least proficient runic god is exponentially wiser on the runes than both Svan and myself combined.
Right.
Surely if we can teach people runes, then they can as well. Yeah, so on that, and this is, you know, we've mentioned it's a solar rune, it's that rune of victory. Let's go over the rune poems. Nick, if you were able to get graphics for that for us this week, if you could pop them up. If not, we could probably do without them. There we go. They're so tiny on my little screen that I'm looking at. All right. So it's one of the things I'm adjusting to is the back end studio aspect of this, a little bit different than what we're used to.
This is the Icelandic one.
So let me. No, there's really no way. So hopefully my translation that I got in front of me is the same one that we're using on the screen. If not, I apologize. Sun is the shield of the clouds. and shining ray and destroyer of ice. So yeah, the idea of shining forth through obstacles, of breaking barriers, of being unstoppable, being inconquerable. That concept of Sol Invictus, or the unconquerable sun, is one that we see appear over and over again in different Aryan myth cycles for that reason. You could put the next one up for us, Nick.
This is the Norwegian one.
I appreciate you, Svan. Sun is the light of the world. I bow to the divine decree. There's a lot of, that is just a literal truth, but also the idea that the sun, the order. So we talk a lot about in Asatru, order as opposed to chaos. I like to think that in this stanza, the divine decree represents that a little bit. The sun isn't marred by chaos, no matter what comes through. The sun, it talks about how the sun burns off the fog. It melts and breaks through the ice, as we read through in that poem. That sun, we can trust it's coming back each day. We can have that hope for the ordered working of our cosmos. And I think that the renewal of the sun is a daily reminder of that. So I like that. Go ahead.
There's an interesting part in there that I wanted to bring up too, is in relation to our iconography and the way that we do things. When that second line, first off, he says, "I bow." That's an interesting one, because that seems to catch a lot of people with kneeling and prostration, like Christianity or so, and so much and so forth. But
I bow before no man. I'm a Viking.
Yes, I really do think that a lot of people have this misconception, and so it's worth noting right there is, I bow, I lower my head, or I show great reverence to the decree of the heavenly light. And it's worth noting, like, when we talk like that, people are like, "You sound like a Christian," and we don't do that. We're Vikings, and we need shoulder pelts. And
so whenever you hear "you sound like a Christian," do they mean you sound like a pious white person? Because that's probably the only pious white people that they've known or seen examples of in that way are people practicing Christianity. Piety in a European context shares a lot of similarities, no matter where it's directed to, because it shares that root.
Yeah, I think it's that understanding. They're very clear to say, they can see the expressions of piety within Christianity differ, like the piety of a Korean, of the Mooney, Korean Baptists have a different sense of piety than a Catholic or a Russian Orthodox. And so kind of lumping in this idea that we can't, or that our ancestors were never pious, that never observed or held, the same level of dedication. But it's worth noting, people traveled over distance in harsh climates to gather together to celebrate the gods, and even to the point where they were willing to die when some other of the folk were taking on this foreign religion. They were willing to die for it, and they cannot wrap their heads around the possibility that our ancestors were quite pious. And they saw that. They saw the upper world. They saw the heavenly world. They saw the gods as being a shining down, an originator of time or weird and events that descend down into the middle world from the upper world and have those decrees. And that was the last part I wanted to bring up was, in the Nordic lore, it talks about the gods. The gods come out of Idavol and out of Ausgard, and they travel down into where the greatest tree, the center of heaven, if you will, is really what it is Yggdrasil, and there's the Udrsbrunner, the well of Erd, and it's the wellspring. It can be seen kind of like as a lake. It's even mentioned as having two swans swimming in it. And there the gods gather to council, and they decree the bane and the boon of men. So they're watching through the well. They see into that middle world. And so our iconography of utilizing the Sonnenrod around the gods, specifically the gold, that's a big one. And people might see a red one, and that shows mortality. But around the Aus and the Ausinjur will be a yellow or gold sun wheel with multiple, 12 in specific, representing again the total number of the gods and of the goddesses. And the usage of this iconography is to show that they are the ones who give decree. And so again, it ties in with this rune very well. And so I think a lot of people don't understand how we as Asatru can very quickly say, I'm a man of reservation to give loyalty and things like that with wisdom, as we've been warned by the gods to be wise. But when it comes to the gods, I have no reservations. I know exactly. And I think this throws people off. And it's even in the runic poems, it's clearly there. So it's, these people are kind of, I think this is a modern conjuration of, I don't know, atheism with horned helmets, or I think it's a misleading, and it leads our folk down a pathway that they can't.
It's a reaction. It's reactionariness. It is being damaged by Christianity and then defining ourselves by our reaction to it instead of setting it aside and independently embracing Asatru on its own terms. That's unfortunate, but it is understandable. But yeah, so I want to go on. We have another rune poem, but I'd like to first say Barry wants to throw us a shout out and a donation. I appreciate that. Hey, just wanted to say my first moot went great. It was well worth my long journey, and it was great to meet Witan Erickson and everyone else. I'm glad you had that experience. Glad everything went good. And Cliff is one of my best friends. Getting to meet him, spend time with him is always well worth it. I also have a shout out from Charles Emmerich. Appreciate you, Charles. Thank you. Cole Van Gilder just bought me a coffee. Thank you for that, Cole. Hello, all. Just wanted to say how happy I was to find my way home. Thank you all. I can't wait to meet you all at Sigerheim. Fantastic. I'm glad you're going to be there. It's going to be an amazing, amazing time, and it's going to be cool to share it with you. So with that, we have another thing coming up, but I think Nick's going to post that for me in a second. That's fine. If we could put the rune poem back up, I will read it this time. I say that there's only one left, so I guess I don't really need spawns telling me where it's from. The sun is ever a joy in the hopes of seafarers when they journey away from the fish's bath, until the courser of the deep bears them to land. And I mean, I think that's obvious, but I think it also speaks to divine order, the fact that you can tell east from west, north from south by that movement of the sun. If you can just see that through the clouds and you know where it's at, then you have your bearings. You can take your bearings from things that are eternal. And I think that's kind of a special thing. The next thing that I would like to do is mention the Armanen conception of this rune, because I think it's important, and I think, linguistically, this is whereas the rest talks specifically about the sun, this speaks a bit more towards victory. And it is the Sieg rune there. On 11th I know, need I to lead lifelong friends to a fight. Neath shield I sing, and safe they go. Fair to the fight, fair from the fight, fair safe on every side. And it makes me wonder if intonation and Galder of this rune might be related to the Baratos that they talk about of our ancestral tribesmen chanting beneath their shields to the terror. A number of questions stacked up, and I can go and get to them here. So while we're sorting this out, I'm having to look down at my phone to get some of this information. So if I'm looking down, I promise I am not playing Candy Crush or something. Also Barry just gave another $5 shout out. Thank you, Barry. Thanks. I also wanted to give Witan Erickson a shout out for verifying my first personal bloat. Thanks to folk builder John Rock for helping me get home. John's awesome too. You got to meet some great people on your first foray, so that's great, and I'm glad that worked out well for you.
And one of the best things too is to publicly praise someone that is for their deeds. That is huge to present the great deeds of people around you, and the appreciation of it. That's huge in our culture.
Absolutely, it is. All right, so our first question is, I believe I've seen Sowilo on some Bronze Age Swedish petroglyphs. Can someone remind me which ones? It has slipped my mind. Svan, are you aware of what he's talking about?
So let me see. Looking at some of my notes here, the Bronze Age 1300 BC is where they're some of their, as far back as they go. I'm looking for specific. And where the origin, he said, was in Denmark, right?
He said Sweden.
Oh, Sweden. Because I think the oldest inscription is actually a Danish rune stone. But there are absolutely, I mean, you've been to Sweden, and you've seen the Bronze Age, grounds and burial sites.
So I have, but I don't recall a Sowilo. So the sun, absolutely. That's one of the places that you see the very, the four segmented, those I recall, but I figured I'd check with you. We can get back to digging on that though, if we don't have anything off the top of our head.
Because I've got the Jarlbank Bridge, Causeway, of course, but Jelling is in Denmark. I'm looking through a list of these, and I'm trying to find which ones might be of the oldest in Bronze Age, and that's one of the things I wasn't prepared for.
So it's come to my attention that my new fancy camera, whenever I take a drink of my delicious hazy sour ale, it does a little swirly thing, and it's like it follows my hand and doesn't know what to do. So not sure what to do on that. Maybe I'll have a better solution for us next time. If not, bear with me. I appreciate
it's like my Matrix wave.
Perhaps.
I found it. I believe. Wait a minute. It doesn't specify Bronze Age, but it does say that it was originally in Denmark, and then now because of changes geographically, it's now technically in Sweden. It's the surviving runic inscriptional stones that we have. But I mean, going back to the Bronze Age, there are you'll see them in like pictographs where there'll be a man and a woman, perhaps during a solar time Sowilo, and oftentimes Willow was often associated also with the dynamic light and power of Thor and his lightning or his hammer. It's some people have speculated that the tracing of the hammer over the horns may have been a fifot or a swastika, but again, denoting to the idea of the shining light of lightning's age one.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, Barry asks, and we mentioned this a second ago, but it's worth reemphasizing. He says, I've heard it called a Sieg rune. Is that wrong? No, it's not wrong. That's just German. It's the German conceptualization, and it's also very specifically the Armanen name of this particular rune.
Yeah, and that's why I mentioned the usage of lightning and solar are continuous, and so this rune kind of embodies both. Though I will say that it's speculation about the hammer of Thor being two Sowilo runes intersected over each other. But again, it's always
embodies both the light. I was going to say it embodies both the lightning and the sun.
Yes, and so this rune in particular has, I mean, again, the Anglo-Saxon, the name of it in the Anglo-Saxon rune poem is, I believe, Siegel, but I'm not 100% sure on that because that specific book and those notes are over there. So,
all right. So our next question is our standard one, but it's most appreciated. Good evening. How are the host evenings going? Mine is going fantastic. I'm excited about all these new things. This may be a little bit sloppy as we figure out some of them, but they're fun. I appreciate our volunteers. Folk builder Lydia Phelps did a huge amount on making this possible, and I appreciate her. It's fun. We got to figure out a lot of new stuff, but this is exciting. As always, I love getting on here and talking to you guys and spending time with Svan and talking about something that I dearly love and is endlessly fascinating.
Work and my wife's work, and so there's a lot of moving parts going on right now, and there's even some family things where and so we're looking at redesigning and reforming things. So things have been extremely hectic, and so what has kind of become, we're trying to make the show and get in from work was always kind of like is the Indiana Jones underneath the slowly dropping gate. Now I've managed to work it out where this becomes a respite, the ability to sit down and talk with you. And again, it's getting a chance to talk and having us interact. Because if a lot of people think that we're doing this behind the scenes and like prepping for it, we don't. This is almost like just my respite. This is I'm in the good place right now.
All right, so guys, I'm picking up a little bit of what's going down with some of the bandwidth issues because it keeps fluctuating from having a low bit rate to excellent connection to it's all over the map. So we are working on it. It'll be tightened up a little bit more than it is right now by the next time. This is the maiden voyage of this, so bear with us, and I appreciate it. And it's still fun, so we're going to find ways of making the little bells and whistles not derail us. Our next question, and this is following up on, I believe, the first question. Also, does it have any links to the swastika, or did they independently develop? And I think Svan's touched on this quite a bit, so I don't think there's a lot more to say on it other than, yes, they're both very ancient symbols. They're both solar symbols. Absolutely, they are connected. It's absolutely a thing. And you see that on some of the very oldest stones. As a matter of fact, the Snodelev stone that the AFA trihorns are modeled from has 3 solar symbols on it. It's got the trihorns, which is the most recent symbol. Before that, it has the swastika on it. And before that, it has a much bigger and lighter defined and older solar cross. That's just that 4 segmented solar disc.
Yeah, from what I can, the sun and rod, I wouldn't say predate, but seems to be in higher usage. And then it was perhaps kind of segmented later to where it was just a singular piece. But yes, they're absolutely connected. And again, solar and lightning both in connection with this rune and its usage, because again, flashing light, dynamic power, casting light upon shadow is connected with this.
All right. So also, and again, this is from early in the broadcast and we went over it, but it's worth mentioning. It's used as the 12 spokes on the Sonnenrad, right? Yes, absolutely. And we touched on that earlier. That's all part of the same phenomenon we've been speaking on. It is both the lightning and the sun. Our next question, thoughts on the recent banning of the Arxgemeinschaft in Germany? Do you think this ruling could affect the AFA in Germany? Sorry to say there's not a lot of AFA in Germany, unfortunately, and I would like for there to be, but Germany specifically with their laws is very, very difficult for us to attract membership in and for Völkisch Asatru to exist in, and that's very unfortunate. I don't know all of the details internally on claims that are being made or like justifications. And honestly, I think that their justifications are probably what we all think they are. It's unfortunate. I hope those folks find some place to be and and fallbacks to continue to practice their faith. I today messaged back and forth with a gentleman I met I met some Arxgemeinschaft people in Sweden when I was over there for our AFA move we did over there a couple of years back, much more than a couple now. So I don't know, 2018 or so. Anyways, it was really nice. I reached out to him. I guess he had left the organization last year, but he's still very connected. He said that they are trying to fight that through the German courts and see what they can do. So that's hopeful. No, it's unfortunate, and it's because Germany, post-war Germany, is unfortunately institutes, and our people can practice their faith openly and with pride in our homelands. But yeah, our next question. Is it okay to pray to God's ancestors and heroes with just one altar if you don't have the space for multiple altars? Like if you live in a small apartment? Absolutely. That's what I do. That's absolutely a good thing to do. I'm not opposed to a different configuration, but having a small child, I've had to, kind of downsize and move my altar to spots where Aubrey's not going to play with stuff on it or break stuff or whatever. It's a little bit different now that she's 3.5, but in doing so, kind of downsized. I know that some people have specific altars for ancestors, specific ones for gods, specific ones for heroes, maybe even a specific one for house spirits. I don't think there's a wrong answer to that as long as you're practicing whatever you're doing there with piety and with the right intention. I don't think that's wrong at all. Svan, do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, I saw this as a topic that's been coming up a lot. Thomas Rousel even asked me on Twitter or X about the AFA's stance on an official altar. Like the reality of practicing our faith in the multiple levels of our lives is one where there isn't always a kind of a one piece fits all. And I brought up the fact that even our temples have different sacred spaces. Most people call them altars. A lot of folks in Asatru call them harrows. It is a place in which you call out from. It is also a place in which you kind of break through the mundane, kind of superseding the veil or superseding the barriers of the middle world. And the harrow is what cuts through that. It's the place in which we call out. And you can have one in your house. The only thing we really differentiate the idea, I guess, is a harrow is indoors and a horg is outdoors. And unless you have a vey, like if you have a vey space, a holy space that has been hallowed, then you should probably hallow it with smoke, with fire, with prayer. But if you have a vey space, and it's been hallowed, it should be fine and remain so. But a lot of people have been asking for particularities, and I was perplexed by it because I have seen harrows that are on the wall in like a cabinet with doors. I've seen ones obviously on tables. I've seen ones on mantles. That mine is actually a mantle. It spans the entire wall above my fireplace. And so you find the construction of a harrow, or the need for this to be organized is kind of lost in the gray, because we consider more the components of a harrow to be more important. And really what that is the libational container. And we don't even specify that it needs to be a horn. It could be a stein, it could be a cup, it could be a bowl. But generally you need two containers, one in which to place the gift in, and one to transfer the gift into the sacred bowl that you've dedicated to gifting to the gods. There needs to be that transference. But outside of that, everything becomes, dictated by environment. Do I need to have candles? Yes, absolutely. But I can't have an open flame in my apartment. I guess I can't pray to the gods. It's like we don't nitpick to that level. You might have an issue where you can't have open flames, or you might have an issue where you can't make a lot of noise. So we can't stand by and say you need bells or you need a horn, a blowing horn to sound out to the gods. Even though all of these are used in different ways, the biggest thing I would say is you need a spot, a bowl that is dedicated to the gods, and a container in which you will pour your libational gift to the gods. And that's it. Outside of that, you need to bring yourself. You need to bring your words. You need to bring your heart. You need to bring your mind into it. And beyond that, this space can vary greatly. You can incense, and you might meet people that say, oh no, we can't use incense from like India because we're Asatru, or we can't use bells because the bells were seen as bad in Uppsala. And you'll never please anybody fully. But I think the best thing to do is to do just like what the young man that was speaking out about his first bloat. Come out to bloats, meet other Asatru, see how they conduct things, whether it's outside, whether it's inside, whether it's at a kindred home or a kindred gathering place, or especially at the hofs, because the hofs, every hof is different, mainly because of the layout of the vey space. And sometimes, a wintertime ceremony in Minnesota is going to be drastically different than a wintertime ceremony in Florida. So you may have processional stuff in Florida, and you may not in Minnesota because of the weather. There's so much of a variation, and I think the best thing to do is to seek guidance from your Gothar, or even your fellow Asatru in the AFA. Reach out to them and say, hey, what do you guys have on your harrows? What do you have on your horgs outside? But if you're talking about one individual harrow in relation to multiple things, there is one concept. Of course, the Latinish word is idol. I call them gothsteads or godsteads, as I see them as places in which the gods or the ancestors, because if they're pictures of our ancestors, these are physical objects in which I openly plea with the gods, plea with the ancestors, that they may take that spot within my home, that they may view upon me while I'm interchanging or exchanging this gift cycle. So a godstead is, I think, the root of your question. The idea is that if you had a godstead to say like, or a multiple, say like if you had a tripartite of Woden and Thor and Tyr, but with a sacred sense, you could place your ancestors' pictures there. Or some people might have a special place where they like. I have a spot where I wrap my godsteads in cloth and place them in a cabinet, and then I can pull them out because I enjoy the ceremonialness of placing the godsteads. It's almost like assembling something with a direct purpose, and then asking the gods to come and sit and bear witness, or that they're always welcome in my home to sit and bear witness to my duty. And so I would say that constructing godsteads, whether they're pictures to your ancestors or to the land spirits or actual statuary, different things like that, you could absolutely change out, and that would be your directional shift towards who you're giving honor to. Because some people just don't have the space, they don't have outdoor spots, things like that. I would say that horgs are outdoor heroes, and they could be used for utility in the sense that you could perform ceremony there. But a lot of people that I know perform mostly inside, and they have the land spirits are often honored, but that's not entirely the case anywhere. And so different everywhere that I think it would be kind of foolish for us to, okay, you need to place 2 candles, and you need to have a red candle and a black candle, and then you need to have a knife and a bowl, and these kind of specific things. I think these are kind of more or less leftovers from kind of like the New Age movement, where we see it as it's more important to bring yourself, and then to have a symbolic differentiation between yourself and the gods. And then when you're done with that gift, that bowl to a sacred place outside, you don't just chuck it somewhere. And we say a small prayer. We from the earth to our hands to the gods to our hands to the earth, and then we give that gift, and we solemnly return. Outside of that, it's very, very distinct on the person.
So I've got, first, trigger warning. And we don't have a cool graphic for that because I'm saying that ironically.
We
don't really need to do that. If you guys, this is one of the coolest thing about going to Asian restaurants. Depending upon how pious your Asians are. So like this Thai place, we got this really good Thai place right up the road from our house. We should go in there.
I can see people going, "You ate from a Thai place?"
For his ancestors. He's got a Buddhist altar set up, and he has an altar for the king of Thailand. And he has these all set up on like shelves at his place of business because it's important to him that that's honored in his place where he makes his living and where he's doing his business. Yes, we're folkish. We're not trying to copy Asian practices, but the point isn't that. The point is when you take this seriously and you are a non-Abrahamic faith, those are the kind of things you do. And that's the point. I've said this many times on here, and I'll continue to do so. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Worshiping the gods is the important part. Refining how cool your altar setup is that's great, and I encourage you to do so. But do that while you're currently in the process of continuing to have the gift cycle with our gods. For example, and this is suboptimal, but is what it is. I was asked to come and help some guys at High Desert Prison. And on Monday, I drove up there and performed bloat ensemble with a group of 27 incarcerated men. they didn't have stuff. I used a like an end table thing that they had there. It may have even been like a high piano bench kind of thing. Tried to set it up as best I could. We had some styrofoam cups. We had a plastic jug of some kind of crystal light that we could use. And when it came time to have to do the offering, because there's not a spot that I can take anything to there, or that the incarcerated gentleman could take anything to there, I went into the bathroom and I said something with respect, apologizing for the circumstance. And I, as ceremoniously as you can, poured it down the sink. You do the best with what you have. My options were the sink or the toilet. The sink is more respectful. And I don't say that with any disrespect. The point is that you're doing the best you can. The gods aren't literally going to drink my crystal light or your mead. It's the thought, it's the intention, it's the piety that you put into the action. And so that's what we did. It's what we were able to do. Hopefully it gets better, but doing that is so much better than sitting here and be like, man, next week when I set up an altar, then I'm going to do Asatru. And then very often doesn't happen, because there's always another step that you could do to perfect it even more. And if you let that hold you back, eventually you find large portions of your life have passed you by. So we're a little bit over when I wanted to jump into doing this, but Svan, we've got more questions, but we'll answer those after you tell these folks about the rune Tiwas.
All right. So the rune Tiwas. This is where we start to transition into the third Etter. Etter is a Nordic word. It's an Old Norse word or an Icelandic word meaning like a family group. And so the way that the elder Futhark, and it's worth noting that the idea of the Etter concept amongst the younger Futhark might not have even had been conceptualized, because there's not as a clean 3 set group. But the elder Futhark is, and it's 3 sets of 8. And we transition from the second Ether into the third, and this is where it becomes quite interesting with a couple of variable things. And again, I also wanted to bring up the epochs of time, if you will, the mythos of time, the idea of the reemergence, the solar time. My rune teacher, my rune master, he spoke of that we were in the time of the sun, or a reemergence or a returning of the light, an idea that of us reawakening. And I think this could be kind of seen. And that led me naturally to say, well, then is the next epoch Tiwas? And he said, yes. And I said, when? And he said, I can't answer that. He was super honest in that point, but I wanted to bring it up because we're kind of in that discussional spot. But he did say, you'll know when it happens, and he has since passed away. And just very interesting with Tearshoff on the horizon. So it's the Tiwas is I guess it's a controversial rune now, and I mean that in a very light sense. Probably not as much as Sowilo, especially if you put 2 of them across from each other or over each other. Then you can get all kinds of problems or whatever. Tiwas has become a controversial rune in relation to the name Tiwas or the name Tyr, and what relations that there may be in pertaining to the gods. And I guess we could discuss that in a little bit, but it's worth noting that Tyr is in all of the Futharks, the Youngers, and in the Anglo-Frisian. It's clearly nodding again towards, and first and foremost will always kind of be nodded towards Tyr. Tyr specifically, the Aus, the god. But it is also worth noting that just like Aus is associated often with the gods, so is the word Tyr. And I think a lot of people are trying to mash those two together, kind of bring everything into one god, try to bring everything into Odin. But it's worth noting that the difference between Aus or Ansu's rune, the Ansu's rune, is the clear kind of overarching of the gods versus the specificity of Tyr. It's just a matter of whether or not you want to debate, oh, well, this was just a name that they used. And again, they did that with Aus as well. And so it's kind of interesting. But this rune, I think, and I correlate it to Lord Tyr, in especially when you look at the epochs of the idea of like the coming home and then the establishment and the centering. This rune is oftentimes confused. It looks like an arrow pointing up, and yes, that's on the screen, and it has connections to being an axis rune, a rune of the centering, a rune of the return of the gods, the reestablishment of the heavenly realm, and the order beneath it. And so we find Tyr rune is a rune of courage, a rune of organization, of balance. I think a lot of people kind of get caught up on the idea of balance being justice, and this looks like scales, and that I don't think that's the correct way of looking at it. I think it's balance of the upper worlds to that which is below. What is below is singular. It is one. It is in the center. It's the hub of all. And so I think that the balance really is about that when the gods are returned and they have come back and the folk have come back to us, and that kind of alignment between us, then we become centered. But the rune is often associated with courageousness, with justice, or sometimes even legality, which I think is, again, a little misnomer. This rune, if we're talking specifically about Lord Tyr is his most notable point is his sacrifice in order to bind chaos. And that is absolute. There's no question about this. Tyr's interactions in other stories might be questionable. In one story, he's the son of a Jotun. In another, he's the son of Odin. And most people, I think, anybody in our faith sees him as a son of Odin, or I've also, some people say of the original, that there were more gods than just Odin, Vili, and Ve that were produced from Bor and Bestla, but there's no mention of siblinghood. He's a mystery, and I think Snorri didn't know how to contend with that mystery, but we do know the worship of is often associated with him through comparative. Tacitus most likely was speaking about him in relation to Mars amongst the Romans when they did a correlation. They said that the Germanic people honored Mars and they honored Hercules, but were most favorable or most fervent with Mercury, which of course we're kind of associating with Odin. He does not speak about familial ties. He doesn't say that. And again, you can kind of see that with the idea of Mars and Mercury in the usage, and Hercules, that it shows more about their way of looking at the divine in Rome. And he doesn't necessarily state that, the Germanic people believe that, Mars and Hercules are the son of Mercury. They don't ever really kind of connect those familial ties. But this rune, I think, ultimately, when you're looking at divinatory practice, is a rune of both victory, but victory at a cost, a victory at a recalibration. Because we say cost, but sometimes recalibrating what you value and what you will lose. Sometimes I think we as just, humans, we hold on to things, we get patterns, we find stability in things. And then when those things kind of get kicked over, we see it as an immediate loss. But that's because we're thinking from ourself. We're not thinking about the entirety of our folk. So this rune, I think, is ultimately has a caveat on the end. It is victory. It is courage. It is attainment. It is balance. And the caveat at the end is of the whole over the self is something I think that everyone should look at when they see this rune. And if they put that caveat on there, this rune will guide you through the maelstrom of life. I'm not saying that wanting is suffering, like some sort of Buddhist concept. No, I'm saying that oftentimes in this day and age, we don't see ourselves as a whole. We see ourselves just as singular beings. And this rune really does encompass the idea of what do I give up? What duties do I, foist upon myself to make my family better, to make my kindred better, my folk, my church? What do I do in order to focus the efforts forward to attain victory, and that involves courageousness, balance, trying to balance your life, making sure that you're caretaking for your kids, watering the tree of your marriage, but at the same time also too dedicating your life to the gods and traveling or to your craft, dedicating to your craft. This rune really does encapsulate that. And I think it's less about perhaps like a lot of people think in relation to trials and whether they're going to win or there's some sort of I'll carve tier for winning in a legal battle. No, the only time that I can definitely say this rune is specifically mentioned it has nothing to do with winning a legal battle. It has everything to do with a literal battle, and that's when Brynhilda tells Sigurd that you should carve 2 tier runes at the base of your blade and to give it might. And that's one of the times it's specifically mentioned.
So there's a lot of, it's not really possible to talk about this rune effectively without talking about the god Lortir. Because this is his rune and so much symbolizes that. It's a really important rune. It is a victory rune. I think that it's fortuitous and the will of the act of weird that it is placed directly next to a Sowilo. And I don't taking a second because it's hard to put words to. People assume that Tyr is a god of justice, and when they hear that, they start thinking about Judge Judy. Like they start thinking about really mundane legal matters that isn't really the point. Justice on a big scale, laws on a cosmic scale, laws like the destiny of our race, laws like the perseverance of our people, big picture things. In that sense, he is also the god of war, because war is a way of recalibrating. War is a way of reshuffling the deck and realigning ourselves with an appropriate order, or to defend against something else trying to realign us towards chaos or something that is not the appropriate order of things. I think it absolutely has to do with sacrificing for, that maintainment of order, or for the bigger picture, for our folk as a whole, for our church as a whole, for the gods. But also, I think it has everything to do with duty. If you were going to whittle it down to the most mundane, there's stuff in law called mala in se and mala prohibita, stuff that's bad because it is bad. It goes against dharma. It goes against the sartus. It's a wrong thing to do. It's offensive to the order of things. And then there's laws that are bad because somebody passed a law that said that they're bad. Those are very different schools of legal things. If you're going to break down the great cosmic order and justice of Tyr into smaller, digestible daily things, then I think that duty is a very big part of that. Doing the right thing because it is in keeping with Orlog and the law of the universe to do. Going through and doing the gift cycles with the gods because it is right to do, whether you have 10,000 strong at your back or whether you're by yourself, whether you're in a gilded Hof with spires ascending to heaven or whether you are in a prison library. I think that those things are relevant to this rune. That standing upward, always treading the upward path, always focusing upward, symbolized by the arrow that is this rune, I think is important as well. Iconologically, if that's a word. But yeah, it's a very important rune, and Tyr is a very important god.
Yeah, I would
go ahead.
I'd like to kind of piggyback on what you were saying there. I think one of the most disturbing things that I've seen as of late is people attempting to almost disregard Tyr. When you look at the Germanic accounts with Tacitus, and then from the Norse perspective, they just kind of try to shuffle Tyr into obscurity, or say that it was Loki, or it was just any god, or and I find that a grievous thing, and I think a lot of people that do that are terrible. One of the things is there's been this ongoing, and again, this is the controversy of it, is a lot of these newer or maybe universal groups or whatever have proclamated the idea that Tyr was the head of the gods, and that Odin usurped him, or Odin somehow, I don't know how they would conceive it, like did the old switcheroo. And I think a lot of people in Asatru are trying to react to that with very unpious ways. And that is where it's like, whoa, wait a minute. You don't pour gasoline to put out the fire. This one I've heard is that the immediacy is that Tyr is not a celestial god. Tyr is not a god of any sort of sky sense. And that would be completely wrong, because the first thing that I thought of immediately was the Anglo-Saxon rune poem in relation to the North Star. And I've often saw Tyr as, whereas Odin is working out the problems of the gods with his, massive power. And what he's doing is trying to stave off Ragnarok, whereas Tyr is rightly so an adjudicator of nations, an adjudicator of war. And I think our ancestors saw him that way, and he was more of one connected to the war overall, not the war band, not the individual soul, like Lord Woden is, where he's having the Valkyrie bring up the chosen ones that he has decided to exalt, whereas Tyr is more focused on the entirety of the victory or defeat. And some people just can't have that. Everything has to be, Heimdall can't teach the runes. Tyr can't have any sort of place within, it's got to be Odin. And I see that it reminds me a lot of everything is Shiva amongst kind of some newer Hindu concepts. And I warn people to not look at it this way, because it gets very, very dangerous. and it's impious. It's just impious in general. So I wanted to piggyback on a lot of that. Is that yes, we could argue what type of tripartite positioning Tyr might have within the tripartite, whether we're talking, and I've mentioned this numerous times, so if you're just now catching this episode, I might have to go back and get what I'm saying about this, but the thrones, there's the dynamic throne and the catalytic throne and the stasis throne, and all of the gods can fill those thrones in certain aspects of our lives, because those thrones are kind of cultural reflections of how we often interact with the gods. But to discredit a divine being simply out of a reaction, perhaps, these people over here, these universalists or these hippies or whatever they are, they're saying Tyr is the bee's knees, and now we've got to like blaspheme against the gods or that specific god in order to reestablish the obvious leadership of Woden amongst the gods. You get into that kind of stuff, and then I wonder if people are really, it's like, if you're proclaiming this, do you really believe in the gods? Because that's a dangerous thing to do. But instead,
no, they don't. Spoiler alert, no, they don't.
But the biggest thing is observation, to understand that observation, and to see how the gods, work. And so, like, I have in my own personal belief brought in the idea of with the North Star and the material axis mundi, kind of seen in the symbology of the Irminsul, and Yggdrasil in the heavenly center in relation to Odin, and in the middle in relation to Tyr, with just the concept of the way we can look at our ancestors' interactions with Mars and Mercury and Hercules. Again, you see this very differently amongst the Slavs, with Svarog and Veles and Perun, and their tripartite being very interestingly different. But it's by no means degrading. If you honor all the gods with piety, then you do not pull from any one of them. And I think that's a dangerous thing that a lot of people are doing. And I think they're doing it as a reaction. I think they're doing it because they think somebody stated somewhere that Tyr, is the original Deus Pater, or the Tius. But it's worth noting that other Aryan groups use the word Devas or Devos in relation to multiple gods. And that survived in our language with the word Aus being connotated like Wodanas, Thonaras, Ingwaz, which is another rune we'll be going over with. That AZAS ending is denoting divinity. And that comes from the usage of the word as for the gods. And other branches have done it too. And I think that, when we talk about namings of the gods, when we talk about Lord Freyr and Freya as being the Lord and the Lady as just a title, the idea of Tyr having just the title of God is viable in those respects. And then understanding that the interactions that Odin has, especially with his ability, his dynamicism, he is three, he is everywhere, he's interacting, he's in our breath, he's in our minds, that makes him have all those haiti, because that interaction is so dynamic. It can be good, it can be bad. So with Tyr, I often associate more of a stasis throne, the idea of the loss of the hand and the maintenance of the northern star, as a symbol of that countenance towards order and the countenance towards the center. There's the Aryan connections between Tyr and, say, like amongst the Irish with and the is King, like King Nuada, and the loss of his arm, and he no longer can lead the people because he's no longer whole, but then he gets his arm back. The idea of the loss of a limb, not voluntarily, which again I think is another reason why people place the Faustian title upon upon Lord Woden is because he voluntarily gave, whereas this one is taken. His hand is taken by Fenrir, the dweller in the fens. He's the dweller in the outer edges, in the dark places, and he places his hand in his mouth, and that is what is taken in order to bind him. And I think that it's foolish for us to say, oh well, Snorri was really talking about Woden, or he was just talking about any god. It could be any god. It could be what have you. And I think that's a very dangerous path to go down.
And it's impious. And it goes back to, I notice on this show that I'm a broken record about certain things, and I don't really apologize for that because they're core concepts that I think need to be restated as many times as possible for the listener, also for any of us speaking. It's something that should be at the forefront of our minds. Our goal is to give worship and honor to our gods. How do we do that best? If we don't know something for sure, we err on the side of being more pious than not. Maximum piety is making sure that you don't do anything to disrespect one of our gods. For you to have an academic theory that, well, maybe this is just a word usage and these are really both the same God, you lose nothing by worshiping them as two gods. You 100% neglect and offend one of them if you assume they're the same and you're wrong. So it bears repeating as many times as it can be repeated. But in the meantime, and we're going to get to these rune poems here in just a second. But there was some controversy. Some people in the chat think that the horn sound is cringe. We can tweak it, but for a $20 donation, we will listen to a cringy horn, and we will be happy that we did. I would love to listen to more $20 cringy horns if you guys would like to blow them.
I don't hear it on my end.
No, it's hard for us to hear in the way that we're viewing it, but they hear it on their end, and that's what counts. How's the stream looking, guys? Smooth sailing here on out. Awesome. It's looking great from where we're sitting in the control room. Yeah, there's none of I don't see the background stuff, but our two handsome faces are in the way. I wouldn't see much background anyway. So also we have a coffee was bought to us. A coffee is a $5 donation for anybody that doesn't speak what these kids these days are speaking. And I appreciate it. Puns are life. Oh, and hail the AFA.
Hail.
Thank you for that. Hail the AFA. Absolutely.
I love coffee. It's good.
Yeah, coffee's amazing. And then $5 donations are also amazing. And over in the side on the nature of puns, because you felt the need to bring them up, somebody said, why have one God when you can have them all?
Hey,
that's literally a knee slapper.
That's good.
So that being said, Nick, could you throw up our first rune poem for Tiwas?
Ooh.
So we have a 5-second lag in our studio, so that's why it takes me a second sometimes. Fawn, which one is this? It's too small.
This is the Icelandic one.
Cool. Tyr is God with one hand, and the leavings of the wolf, and prince of temples. Other than the obvious associating him with his most, his one story that's come down to us for preserving that order through sacrificing his hand. What do you make of him being the prince of temples, Svan?
Well, this is one of the reasons why in my personal belief of the tripartite, I believe that he is a part of the tripartite, and that is, of course, the Lord Odin, the Allfather, and then Thor and Tyr, is because we see all three of them being associated by our ancestors clearly with divine spaces. And that includes Tyr. Again, the unpiousness of saying Tyr is just some god or not a god, or it's just Loki, or he's just a plot convenience, but yet is also the Prince of Temples. The idea, I think, too, is that there's a deep connection between the establishment of nation and faith, and the idea that there is a completion between, just as there is to the spine, to the flesh, and to the skin. There is from the border to the center. There is the need of an understanding through sacrifice, through honor, through obligation, through duty. That the heart of the nation is the temple, and so the equilibrium, or the Lord that brings that kind of power of stability and stasis, is Lord Tyr. We see here too the usage of the word prince, but it's also used in relation with Woden. So I think this causes a lot of confusion, because the translation of that is not prince, but like Lord of. So for me to say Lord Odin and Lord Tyr doesn't take away from Odin. It's a stational title, but he is the Lord of temples. And again, Thor is also associated with the hallowing and the sacredness of temples. And so we see that again with Odin as well in his heities, or his names. The concept, especially with this rune poem being of the late Nordic period, we're looking at about 11th to 12th century. This is not lost, and it wasn't lost on the Icelanders, even though there doesn't seem to be a huge amount of practice towards Tyr as an individual ouse, as there say was with Thor, or with Lord Frey, or with Lord Odin.
So I one thing that I noticed chronologically with this, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Svan. I was thinking about that. It's not surprising to me in a way, and this may be a reach. This is just an idea. I don't claim this is. Take from it what you will. At the age of decline, when our faith was in a twilight period where it had degraded and was far from its golden age, you see less emphasis on this God of order and the Prince of Temples. I think that when Tyr was originally a much more prominent god and then faded into obscurity. I think as Tyr goes, so perhaps our faith went. And it illustrates the God of order, of cosmic order and functioning, is the Prince of Temples, because our temples, which are the houses for our gift cycle, our communion with our gods, are the foundation stone for society, for family, for nation, for race, for people. And when that is maintained, that is that Irminsul that holds everything up. And I think that's an important part of his being Prince of Temples. And the idea of assigning a, title of nobility is just that. It is the recognition of, Sir times, it's saying Sir times 10. It's, it's like when the Hindus, because some questions are coming up with that, when they say, Shri, whatever, it's assigning a like worshipful or, exalted tier when we say Lord Tyr. And so we apply that to a lot of our gods. I think Svan's point that he was making when, Tyr just means God, so it's not an actual god's name, it's just a title. Nobody does that with Frey and Freya, which are equally just that. They don't do that because it doesn't occur to them. It's only when, one of the new actually crowd decides to come up with a theory that we try. Okay, and so this is something with that. It is the firm conviction of the Asatru Folk Assembly that when trying to connect with our gods, we reach up and try to draw ourselves towards them by being the best we can be because we are reaching towards exalted divinity. We don't try to drag them down to be more like us because we are degenerate, and so we try to take their glory from them. When the woefully mentally ill crowd on some other teams suffer from mental illnesses that we see prevalent in our society today, they try to project those upon our gods.
Yes.
And it's disgusting, and it is, I don't know a word strong enough to explain how disgusting it is and how wrong it is. I have many failings. I would never want to project any of them on our gods. It is a thought at the front of my mind every day. And before I open my mouth, is this going to bring honor to our gods, or do I risk offending them in some way? Because I believe in our gods. And I think that a lot of people out there, the mentally ill crowd, that's obvious to, I think, everybody listening to this stream. But the other crowd that approaches this atheistically and academically sometimes don't stop to give that thought. And I think it's important to think on and to realize that that's where our priesthood, our Gothar, are coming from in how we do the things we do and why we do the things we do.
Could I make mention, just to orientate for people that might not know, when you're talking about the mentally ill crowd, I'm sure some of our folk, or people that are listening, may have seen, if you're looking up iconography of the gods, artistry of the gods, which I have another story about that. This is a good one, but when you look around and you see, I've seen it numerous times. There's a calendar. Apparently, in which the gods are kind of contorted into pinup, but they're masculine, but they're posing as pinup girls in positioning, and it gets pretty like, what are you doing here? At this point, I think they're just insulting people who believe in the gods. Yeah. But they swear up and down that this is just part of their religious expression. And then I've also seen ones where, of course, Lord Tyr is, because of his sacrifice of his hand, he is somehow a representative of what disabled people. Because of his amputation, he is against ableism. And then they have Lady Sif, one of the Austvanir of Thor, where she's a clearly darkened skinned, like a Middle Eastern woman, and she's wearing a hijab because of her hair being removed in the story in which Loki removes her hair and is replaced with gold, and the treasures of the gods are kind of won from that entire debacle. But somehow they've associated this with hijabs. Like, I was like, mentally ill is the word that you are using, and it fits wonderfully. I just wanted people to realize like why we're saying that.
Yeah. Just the thought that you would be crippled in some way, so you would try to limit others so that they could share in your misfortune, is extremely wrongheaded and selfish. And I don't understand why a person would do that unless they suffer from extreme mental illness.
Completely dismissing the divine point of it to substantiate your political, sociological, and ideological idea. Ridiculous.
I think that some of those people are in such. All right, so this is a note on mental illness and society. Sometimes when something is broken internally and you are unwell, and you don't want to fix the unwellness, but instead you seek to have something external help you pretend that that sickness doesn't exist, it's self-defeating, because even if you trick yourself into not thinking about it for a second, when you're alone in the quiet of your own personal space, what was broken is still broken. Even if you get a bunch of people to tell the emperor that he's got beautiful new clothes, he's still naked. And reality has a way of setting in. So I think those people flail around to force as many people to accept their mental illness as possible, including trying to justify it by dismantling or degrading our gods, bringing them to their level. And that's extremely offensive. Nick, can you throw up the next rune poem for us? All right, Svan, help me with my old man eyes. What are we looking at here?
This is the I believe it's the Old Norse. Actually, I've lost my screen right now for but if it's 2 lines, and that's one way that anybody that's reading the rune poems can remember in the audience, if you see it where it's written in 2 lines, that's the Norwegian one.
So I'm gonna roll the dice. I think this is that. Tyr is a one-handed god, often has the smith to blow.
Yes. So this is the Norwegian one.
Mm-hmm. I don't get any great meaning out of this one. Do you have any thoughts on the part about the smith, Svan?
Yes, I think it's in relation to keeping the light, keeping the heat of the forge takes vigilance. So there's clearly a connection between Lord Tyr as the sacrifice that he made is one of the waves in which the gods have made towards the vigilance of keeping chaos at bay for as long as they possibly can. I think that's what that's poetically is saying, is that the smithy has to blow on the fire to keep that lit, and it's an arduous duty, but is necessary in order to achieve the victory and the outcome. So it's one of those things in which, like, where Sowilo is a rune of victory kind of after you cross the line. I would say, like, Tiwas in relation to victory is about all the training and all of the sacrifice that is made in order to get across that line.
So one thing I think it also speaks to is that entropy. You have to blow on the coals to keep them hot. If you just let it sit, it doesn't just go forever. You have to keep injecting through right action, through the gift cycle, through things, or else things wither over time. There's always this tendency towards entropy. It's one of the biggest things in our faith, is the idea of continuing in perpetual motion to stay one step ahead of the wolf, one step ahead of that entropy that drags us down. Vigilance is essential. It's also part of why this stream is named Victory Never Sleeps. Just because you win something, you find yourself on top, doesn't mean you just sit there. You have to keep feeding that fire. You have to keep sustaining and being vigilant, and you have to tend the flame. Nick, do you have the other one for us? All right. Tyr is a guiding star. Well does it keep faith with princes. It is ever on its course over the mists of night and never fails. This association, Svan touched on it earlier, being celestial, being associated with the pole star. That's a constant. That's the one thing that stays constant to navigate by. That's how we know our directionality. That's how mariners know instinctively how to navigate their ships based on that fixed north point that certainly symbolically never changes. That symbolism we see and we make use of a lot, and will be made use of at Lord Tyr's Hof when we establish that. And I think it speaks to the cosmic order, and through the idea of revolving around a central axis in a very special way. Do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, and I mean, you hit it right on the head. And there is, again, worth noting, an extra point is that we see that if we look at comparative groups, like say the Hindus, in which their relation to Deus Pater, and then from Deus Pater, and there's this assigning of the tripartite, and then a kind of a falling away of the Deus Pater figure. And we see this, I think, surviving in our faith through, of course, there's Buri, who is firstly shaped, but is still within the primordial realms. But it is Bor, the one who lifts up and the one who presents. And then there is Bestla, the one who sets things down, besetting the table. From these two, we find the gods proceed out. And the trifurcation of the sky is an interesting thing that seems to happen continuously. And so I think a lot of people are desperately trying to place, singularity on just like one sky aspect, one sky father. That's it. But understanding that the dominion of the leadership of the gods it's wise to delegate out the responsibility, and becoming a kind of a force that is multifaceted is deeply important. And I think that this rune poem relates to one of those kind of facetings. The idea of what the North Star is more important than perhaps the literalness of the North Star, but that Tyr is that axis mundi. He's the stabilization. He is, the one that kind of, again, bridges or supports between the middle world and the upper heavens. And by no means in any way does that take away from any of the other gods, or especially Lord Odin. But, it's, again, it clearly states a point in which there is enough evidence. I mean, obviously we have, Tuesday, and then Woden's Day or Wednesday and Thor's Day. We see again that tripartite, and we notice that, like amongst the Swedes in Uppsala, they actually had Lord Frey in their tripartite, and did not have Lord Tyr, and that may have been just the timing of the year. It could be harvest. We don't know. The idea of structuring the tripartite, I think, is more important than the specific gods that take those thrones. And we see that differently in different, like mirroring Aryan cultures, whether it's the Trimurti or the Tridevi. And sometimes, it extends even to the goddesses in those cultures. But we see it, and people immediately think, if Tuesday's before Wednesday, then Tyr is more important than Woden. That's not, the middle seating of the tripartite in Uppsala had Thor in the middle, and he was flanked by Woden and Frey. There seems to be a sense of the middle, and we know that with the Germans wanting to change it to Mittwoch, I think that Odin has a great significance within the entirety. I mean, by that logic, that would mean the sun and the moon are more important than the gods themselves, and they don't really kind of fully cross that argumentative bridge. But it's worth noting that Tyr is significant amongst our ancestors, and to, again, kind of just relegate him. Oh, he's the son of Odin, and he's a war god, and moving on. It's like, what? Stop doing this. But yes, I think that is extremely important. Even amongst the Anglo-Saxons, this rune is called Tiw or Tiv, depending on, I don't know. I've heard people argue about the W, Tiw, is how they spell Tir or Tiu, and or sometimes people say Tiwo. The significance of Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I think is important, and it's still important to us culturally. So that's why I associate this tripartite. But it's worth noting that again, the Nords in Sweden, who had deep connections to Lord Frey, and to the more natural law gods of cycles, placed him within the tripartite for their structuring. And I think that's, again, people might get confused. Well, like what you guys are saying, we shouldn't put the gods in these certain places. I think it's worth remembering that the thrones are more or less cultural connections, and the gods fulfill the interaction based on the desire of the folk, that any of the gods could move into those thrones, as Odin could be just as much a god of death as he can be a wish giver and a giver of prosperity. Those thrones that we place out, just like the godsteads on our altars, the divine powers kind of fill those thrones, and those thrones are more our cultural expressions, what we might associate with fertility and harvest. I mean, obviously Thor has lots of connections to fertility, just as much as Lord Frey. So, you know, it's not a one for one. I think people are desperately trying to, Teratatis equals Zeus equals Thor, or Odin equals Zeus equals Shiva, but or Agni is Zeus is Thor. I've seen people trying to really do that, and they're basically taking the furniture, the thrones of our different cultures, and stating that the gods that have fulfilled those thrones are unilaterally equally connected with that. But yet we'll readily admit our languages have changed, our desires, our warfare has changed. All of these things change, and so those thrones are divine precipices that we place upon the gods, and we see this still surviving with, of course, like Hlidskjalf for Lord Woden and his relation to witnessing battles and things of that nature. So I think I digress. I think that there's a lot more of an emphasis that we should place with respect to Lord Tyr, and that no way seems to take away from any of the other gods. And we have plenty of observational proof showing that our ancestors did this without the concept of, well, if you honor, Thor. I saw somebody even mention that one of the Haiti of Odin is Thunderer. So Thor is really Odin. And I was like, now we're getting into this kind of like, again, encapsulation of the gods into just kind of an archetypal ring, a one lord and a one lady. And it just gets really dangerous. And I don't think that's not the faith that our ancestors passed down to us. And even though it is fragmented, we still should lead with the observable concepts of common sense.
So I'm going to keep expanding. So side note, randomly for a second. One of the things about our cool bells and whistles, if you want to get a question in, and your question may very well back up for multiple hours on a Matt and Svan episode. If you want to get us to throw a flag on a play, call a pause, answer your question, there's a monetized way to do that. We appreciate your donation, and that will get your question answered relatively immediately. That said, I'm not going to interrupt in the midst of something, but as soon as a thought is at a pausing point, we'll get your question in. And also, it's important to know that, your guys' donations are super fun on the chat or whatever, but they go towards a holy purpose. They go directly to the AFA of what we're doing, be that on paying off Njordshof, on moving towards establishing Freyshof, or on paying for and thus moving to the next step at Sigerheim, any of the other things that the AFA does with the best intention of building Asatru and honoring our gods. So that said, one of the logical things that confuses me, so the well actually is, everything revolves around the, few utterings of ancient Viking people. But they conceive of our gods in this ridiculously book nerd scholarly way. I wonder in their mind if they conceptualize, the supposed be all end all of Asatru ancient Vikings sitting around and talking about how all the gods are really just one god, because you see there's a Sky Father and that's the only one they're going to. Do they really picture ancient Vikings having that conversation, or do they think that our ancestors addressed our gods as gods and worshiped them? Because I think even the most rudimentary understanding of anthropology says that no, people gave heavily of themselves when they could not and were in need to honor gods that they believed existed and heard them. It's just a thought. It's really hard to be the atheist academic approach to our faith, but at the same time revere ancient sources like they're the most important, because the most ancient sources the gods were perhaps the most real to the most ancient of sources. One more thing on this, I'd like to go to the Armanen Association of Tyr. The Tyr rune goes with the 12th of Odin's rune songs. A 12th I know, if a tree should hold a man in a halter hanged, I can cut and color the runes that the man will walk with me, the man will talk with me. So this is kind of a cool one, and it's a spooky spell of necromancy in a way, of reanimating a hanged man and having that person speak with you and interact with you from beyond the veil, or bodily reanimate beyond the veil and do these things. And I think it's really interesting, and I'm curious Svan's thoughts on this.
Okay, so the number of the rune song is, you said, was it 16?
12.
12. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that too. There was some movement in the background. So if we're looking here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, so here we're looking at, I think, in relation to Tyr, or just the Tyr rune, I'm wondering if there's more along the understanding of the hanged man, perhaps as his reasonings for being hung. And I think that there might be an emphasis more on that in the idea of the punishment, if you will, or the culmination of deed, and perhaps that deed leading to being hung is a kind of correlative sense between the idea of like the accumulation of deeds leading here. This root releases knowledge, the understanding of all the things that led this person into that state. Because I obviously do not really associate Tyr rune with, like, necromancy, if you will, but more or less about a culmination of dharmic actions being expressed, or at least in a kind of a cathartic sense, it's being sliced open to be reviewed. So I see this rune, especially in relation to this poem, as that the rune itself is kind of like a key that unlocks the cumulative action of this hanged man, and that I think the hanged man has emphasis on cumulative action. How did people don't usually end up on the ends of ropes accidentally. So I think that this is kind of more or less pertaining to a kind of a finality of all the deeds leading. Perhaps this rune is utilized to kind of, again, place it upon someone or something and see the entirety of its formulation to its end. And even after it has been laid or inert, it can then be re-evaluated or re-seen. And that takes place in this rune poem as, again, speaking to the dead man after the hanging. And that's how I've taken that rune poem.
That's really interesting because my mind goes to the necromancy concept much more than through the criminality of the dude got hung. I can't say that I've got the most definitive answer on this, but it is one that I've often pondered and found very interesting, especially when I was first learning the Armanen runes as related to Odin's rune poems or rune songs. Whether this is the point or not, I think there is a truth in this that the Axis Mundi, the Irminsul, that pole that connects from the heavens to the earth to the underworld, is what connects us with our gods in the same way it connects us with the dead. It connects us through the planes of existence. And in that sense, understanding that and ordering things in alignment with that is a path towards bringing you wisdom from the dead. And I think that that's true, whether or not that's the intention of the poem or not. But yeah, I found that one really interesting, and I figured that we would speak on that.
And I did want to bring up something you said about the Irminsul and the Axis Mundi, and a lot of things in relation to when we're looking at comparative, when we talk about divinity and we're trying to pattern an understanding of the gods amongst the multiple branches. The Irminsul, the mountain, the Mount Olympus, or the kind of the central accesses is sometimes seen as a tree. We talked about this with the Tiwas rune about the Nordic usage of the ash tree as to the possibility that there may have been an older association with that Axis Mundi to the yew tree, and how that doesn't cause necessarily contradiction, but shows more cultural emphasis in relation to the Axis Mundi itself being the central force or power, but can be manifested in an ash tree or a pillar or a mountain or what have you amongst our different branches. And I think that's really important. When the reason why I brought up the tripartite thing is because we can observe that cleanly amongst all those branches when we see amongst the original Araya kind of coming into India, of Agni and of Indra and Agni and Vishnu, and then we kind of see with Zeus or Deus and Hadeos and Poseidon and or Neptune. We see these tripartites being kind of culturally related, and I think sometimes stories don't always line up with like snapshots of the cultural thrones, or with the Etruscans, and they ended up having in their tripartite of significance, they really placed on their central lord, but with two wives, the birthing mother wife and the earth mother, and they were seen as separate. Much like again, we spoke about that, where people are trying to kind of condense the all mother, the Frigga, into Jord or Nerthus, and not seeing them as individuals. It's worth noting that these these structures, I think, have always been based around, and this is just my conception based on Dumazel's tripartite or tripariate structuring, that I think it applies to a lot of things. And I think that dynamicism and stasis and catalysm is really important. And we can see it play out, even though I think the gods who are real oftentimes fit those thrones differently in different branches of the Aryan faith. And when we see these things, we see like Jupiter or Zeus with the lightning bolt, but we look at the Etruscans, who are also Indo-Europeans, and all of the gods can throw lightning amongst them. They kind of allocate it as a divine sword or divine power. So it's interesting for us to observe. I do not think that we should delineate away from our people, our Germanic view and framework of this. It's just worth noting, because now we know we have the ability with the internet to kind of see all of these interconnections, and we see how Hinduism has changed, where the Trimurti goes from Agni or Indra, Agni, and Vishnu to Brahma and to Shiva and to Vishnu, and it kind of starts to change, and then Brahma recedes, and there's the gods don't cease to exist when the people stop interacting, but the thrones do change. We see that through all the branches often, and I think that the gods don't take offense to this. It's very much like if your society is like a house, or your nation is like a house, and you invite specific gods in for specific wisdom and guidance in certain things that you need, because every house has different issues, then you're going to invite the gods and have them sit at your table and ask for their advice based on kind of your needs, if you will. So that's one thing I wanted to bring up. You mentioned the Irminsul, and I was like, well, the Irminsul or the Yggdrasil or the mountain, these images are all very, very different, but yet still we know
it's such a core truth of our people since the very beginning.
Right.
So John for $1 says, glad you got the stream kinks ironed out. Returning viewer, love the new look. Well, I appreciate that. I'm glad you guys like it. We're going to continue to refine it. Thank you, John. And then Bjorn the Blacksmith with a interesting question. He blew the victory horn for $30. I appreciate that. Can one give steroids as a libation, especially to Thor? Or should we only give mead? What would be wrong to give? So, questions that seem odd, I'm always going to treat as if they are intended in a literal way, unless I know otherwise, just because I think it's useful. The answer that I come up with, I think, is useful and maybe useful to other people listening. So Thor's not going to inject the steroids that you give him. He's also not going to drink the mead that you offer. The point is the piety with which you give the offering and the thought and essence that you put into it. In that sense, I suppose an syringe of steroids is a fluid that could transmit that, but it's certainly a very irregular thing to do. If it's medication that you need, I don't think that Thor wants you to sacrifice your health in order to give him an offering of a medication that you need. If it is not medicinal and it is, you are in a nation to where it's not a legally approved thing, the Asatru Folk Assembly does not encourage you to engage in any illegality, no matter what that is. Mm-hmm. But realistically, it's just real strange. That's a very atypical thing to suggest. But further to your question, and I think the more important thing is, what would be wrong to offer? I go back to the same thing. It's the intention of the offering. If you're being silly with your friends and you are treating it as something silly that you are doing, then any offering you make is a disrespect and shouldn't be done. If it's some kind of party game with you and your buddies, or if you and your edgy movement friends want to do something cool and edgy, but it's not done as an actual offering to gods that you at least give good faith to the fact that you want to believe they exist, then no, it shouldn't be done because it's disrespectful. It's not given in a sincere way. I think if you're giving in a sincere way, offerings might look very different depending on who the person is. Again, if I went and in crayon drew some stick figures and gave it to Mandy as a gift, she'd probably wad it up and throw it at me and wonder what I was thinking. If Aubrey did it, she'd probably think it was the most beautiful, amazing thing in the world. One thing coming from a child is very different coming from an adult man. A gift coming from a king looks very different than a gift coming from a farmer. So the gift can take many, many different forms. So this is something that I do think. I don't think water is appropriate. I mean, maybe in some really particular sense that it's water that you got from a sacred river or some sacred spring or something, perhaps. But it needs to be something special. It's just like the idea of, if you're going to host a banquet or a wedding dinner, you're not going to serve your guests water. They can have water if they want, but that's not going to be the beverage that's on the menu. You want to do something special and putting your best foot forward. Perhaps making an offering of water if you are in a desert in the middle of a drought, maybe that means something different. Again, context is everything. But that's what I would say to that. Svan, do you have any thoughts of offering gear or juice to the gods?
Well, I mean, I think first off, it's understandable for us to say, "Wow, that's a very odd or a strange question," and we can certainly contextualize it in an overall thing when we talk about, gifting of mead that we brewed or we bought. This is a sacrifice. It is a gift. Sometimes the mead that is bought is not even drunk. It may be sipped once, but entirely given over to the gods as a kind of a sharing. And this can apply to, again, when we talk about our ancestors giving weapons, if you will, like breaking weapons and gifting them, kind of killing the weapon in order to give over its significance, its meaning, and its power. As opposed to just thinking that the gods are like, oh, thanks for this sweet, folding knife. When you carry on down that, I think the way you contextualize it is that there has to be thought into the gifting of it. If it's medication, of course, well, I have a great need for this medication, Svan. So giving a piece of it up is like giving, a very significant thing, or like giving meat or milk during times of famine or times of great bounty. These are all those two as examples as gifts given. I personally would say that I think that's one of the better parts of the reason why we sort of correlate towards mead, perhaps food items, but we seem to really focus in around the libational fluid, whether it's an alcoholic drink like mead, or perhaps even an unalcoholic drink like cider that we make or cider that we buy, but for reasons, and that doesn't mean that the cider is less than the mead, but those are, I think, more catch all. It covers more of the central point than anything else, though, situation dictates in a kind of sense. I would say, again, I think that Al-Zaragoza speaks with great wisdom when you talk about a medicinal thing. If you're, and that's an interesting topic in and of itself, is testosterone in the modern age and all of that stuff. But, giving that, I think, is perhaps unnecessary, because one of the reasons that I thought of immediately is I remember discussing about physicality, like going to the gym and doing that as a part of your giving, because giving of your time and your effort in order to make yourself better and to bring glory to the gods is in essence the entirety of the process in a way. And so I think that if you're doing this for your mental health or your emotional health or your physical health, if we're talking about like the juice, if you will, the ultimate point of that, I think, is that you're supplementing yourself to make yourself better or stronger. And there are, of course, lots of health issues that we could bring up and all of that stuff. And even modern day societal views of testosterone and steroidal supplementations and all of that. And we're not even getting into that. It's just the idea is that I think it would be better served that instead of giving coal from the furnace to the gods, in essence, that's kind of what you're doing, is to utilize the coal to build the heat, to take the time to forge out the gift, whatever that might be. And so I would view this more as a component towards a goal. And I think that's where that should be, is that,
so
again,
on Svan's forge analogy, and I want to interject because I've got a couple of thoughts lined up and I'm going to lose them if I don't put them out there. I don't intend to be rude. I apologize. We have to take this first. We need to recognize the etymology of the word sacrifice. Sacrifice today on the street means to give something up for something else. But that's not what the word means. The word means to make something holy. When you take something from the world of the mundane and you ritually offer it to the gods, it transitions from the mundane to the sacred. That act of sacrifice, now, yes, we all have used it. The word has evolved. It comes from a good place, and it's not incorrect to talk about people who, give up a lot or, at great cost to themselves, do something for a cause they believe in. That's fine. But I think we've got to go back to the fundamentals of gift giving. If Mandy were to give me some, and okay, maybe it's different because we share household expenses. If Svan were to give me something very expensive, cool, I would be impressed by that and appreciative of it. But if I knew it put him at a hardship or his family at a hardship, I wouldn't, because Svan's my friend and I want his family to succeed. I'm not benefited by an act of damage to him and his family. It doesn't help me. Perhaps if a bus was coming, if somebody was charging at me and Svan threw himself in the way and sacrificed himself for me, that's a different story because there's a dire need for something. But the gods don't want you to hurt yourself. If Svan dug deep and gave me something expensive, I would appreciate that. If Svan, cut off his arm and gave it to me, I would be very, very concerned, and that wouldn't make me happy at all. So that said, and I say that not to be silly. I kind of exaggerated, but there are people that feel for different things. I don't know any people, certainly not in the AFA, but there are people in other religious circles that think there's some benefit to damaging themselves as a way of honoring the gods, to mutilating themselves or hurting themselves in some way. And I don't think our gift cycle is at best, a loving relationship between us and our gods. at least a respectful relationship of lord and retainer, or, you know, God and their folk. They don't desire you to suffer to make a point to them about something. And I think that's really important to conceptualize on it. The other thing in terms of gift giving, Svan could give me something that's just a big dollar value that I don't particularly care about, but it's very expensive. In one way, that's flashy and impressive, but I would much more appreciate something that meant something to me, or that meant something to Svan that was special for him to give to me, as opposed to just like, hey, Matt, I looked on the thing for the most expensive thing I could find. Here you go. Bling, bling. That's not nearly as meaningful as, hey, this was handed down through my family. This is very important. When I think of this, I thought of you because of this. Here you go. That's very special. The same's true of our gods, you know, or, hey, we're doing a sacrifice. We don't really have anything. Cool. Let's just use water. It doesn't matter. We're pouring it out anyway. That attitude's terrible, and that gift is literally worthless. So that's very different to, hey, we literally have nothing. We're homeless, and I'm in the desert, and we have some water. Let's pour some out as an offering. That becomes very meaningful. So context is the key to all of those things. I'd like to move on to some of our questions because we're getting pretty backed up tonight. Also, a reminder, if you want to blow that horn and ask a question, I will jump right in as quick as I can without derailing the conversation too bad. But the next question from 6:30, where does the black sun come from? I'm having trouble finding examples predating the one from Wewelsburg that look the same. I've seen some that have 5 to 6 arms, but not so much that have 12. That's because you're not going to find the one that is perfectly identical to Wewelsburg. Just like, honestly, people who have tried to copy that, copy it wrong and make a different one that is slightly different than the Black Sun at Wewelsburg. Designs evolve, but the concept is very clearly seen in Germanic European archaeology. We've seen that the Alemanni had these solar discs and brooches that were very much in a clearly identifiable pattern that's very simple, or that's obviously the same, with different number of spokes. The 12 comes around when we start focusing on solar things. 12 is a very solar number. It's the number of months that we have. We see that imagery used much more as our people, specifically the Germanic people, have that firm grasp of the seasons and start seeing things in terms of 12 months. And I think you see that very well in the version that we do see in the Wewelsburg Castle. But you see the same symbol in its developmental stages in very ancient archaeology, and it wouldn't surprise me if, perhaps we will find one that has 12 spokes at some point when we have a more complete view of the past. Who's to say? But the concept is clearly there. Do you have anything to add on those, or on that, Svan?
Yeah, I would even go so far as to remind people too that the word Schwarzsonne is a later addition. I think it came out long after World War II, in its referencing as being the black sun, and again the symbology. I think a lot of people nowadays have a conception of a symbol, and they hold on to that conception and apply it to everything. And we see again the 4 arms, the 8 arms, the 12 arms, and it could mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people in relation to that. Obviously, the spicy one is the 12 or the 4, but we have seen, even the Goths having in their metallurgic, things there. They have, 6, 8, possibly for different reasons and reasons that we don't quite know. But in relation to, I think, our usage, and especially I prefer to call it the Son and Rod, the sun wheel, in and of itself, is because, again, conceptualizing the 12. If you split the Futhark, the Elder Futhark, in half, there's 12 and 12. If anybody, and we had mentioned about runic cosmology and the idea, Nigel Pennick's books, in relation to why the Elder Futhark is the one that he preferred to use, is because of his correlation of the understanding of the 12 hours, or the 12, the 12 and 12 hours of the splitting the day and the night in half. This again comes from an evolution of understanding, not to say that it was carried by all of our in that understanding, but is he utilizing it for an understanding for himself and possibly for everyone reading his works in order to conceptualize? Yes, absolutely. We pull the list of our aus from the Gylfaginning, and in there is the mention of the 12 gods, and that correlates with us as the 12 holidays. And then we also see it with the attainment of the 12 Hoffs. We're moving to that and building a significance with that. I think that that's the only thing. Everything you said was dead on. I just wanted to bring that up, that even the name itself is an addition of conceptualization from different people far after the 1930s or 1940s, in relation to different ideas and things that they're thinking about. In certain esoteric circles have taken it in a different meaning, and I think it has a meaning within our culture, in significance to the gods and in significance to the heroes and those who have been divinely touched, or who have worked in the machinations towards furthering the knowledge of the gods. We see that again in the symbology of our flags, and the way that it could be utilized, again, as radiance, as light, as a cultural significance of light. And that might be a kind of in contradiction to some esoteric concepts of the black sun, or that it is, the sun behind the sun, or something of that nature. So I would say that there's no way that we could place the origin, because it has been with us since the runes have been given to us. And as we expounded in the Bronze Age and talked about that earlier, these symbols have long been with us, whether it's the equal armed cross in the circle, or the crooksed ray, 4, 6, 8, 12. To name an exact origin point is nigh impossible, but to explain the iterations and their meanings within the context of a time is easier to do, especially in lieu of writing and things like that. We don't know a lot from the archaeological finds.
All right. Our next question from about 6:45. Would you say Midgard is Earth, or is Midgard the entire observable universe? Did our ancestors think of Midgard as Earth or the universe at large? The second half is much easier. No, I don't think our ancestors conceived of the universe at large in that way, as far as planetary surfaces. In other places, obviously, they could see stars and nebula and planets on a perfect day, and the sun and the moon. I don't think, it's easy to speculate on what our ancestors thought those were, but I think we miss the point when we try to make our myth an expression of the current scientific understanding of 2023. They weren't meant as a textbook on physics. They were meant as a descriptive way of illustrating the truths of our existence to our ancestors and passing those truths down through society in ways that we can understand. Now, what the gods conceive of as Midgard or not, that's a bigger question. And I think that it's interesting to ponder, but I don't think it becomes relevant until we're on the surface of other planets. I think maybe, Neil Armstrong on the moon had a reasonable idea to ponder, hey, am I still on Midgard? But I think that for the rest of us, certainly for our ancient ancestors that are so far away from the space age, I don't think it was really a relevant thing that they gave much thought to. It was the world as encompassed their existence. And, there was several different ideas of their inner yard. There was like the world that they had explored. And then there's all those scary things out there that they had not explored. And I think that you can extend that into space and off into eternity. This is stuff we know, the rest is the other. And in that sense, the other, maybe outer space is Jotunheim until we conquer planets and bring that into our inner yard. I don't know. I think it's interesting to ponder, and I don't mean to belittle the question at all. I just think that it's it's like trying to, it's ahistorical. It's taking our modern understanding of things that was beyond the understanding of our ancestors and assuming that they would ponder things in those terms that I don't think they would. Like, what would the ancestors think about our broadcast tonight? I really don't know. It'd probably blow their minds. If I went back in time and showed this to me when I was 10, it would blow my mind. So it's really hard to say. Svan, what do you think along those lines?
Well, cosmology is really important, and I've thought long and hard about a lot of this, and I'll answer kind of just the same way you did, like the second half to the former, latter to the former. One thing it's worth conceptualizing is in the names in the poems of our ancestors, when they talk about like Himmelbjörk, or they talk about the heavenly mountains. I think that our ancestors saw the observable worlds as where they were as Midgard. When we talk about Dellinger's Hall and the opening of the gates, what they're talking about is when what they might not have understood scientifically, but we're clearly, or they've been taught this in relation to the way that they observe things. Is, the axis, like Dellinger's Hall is closing now in the northern hemisphere, but is opening in the southern hemisphere. For those who are watching the last episode where we were talking about celebrating in accordance to being in the southern hemisphere, like in Australia versus being in Germany. So I think our ancestors saw the gods and Yggdrasil and the upper powers, the cosmic order, as being in that upper realm, perhaps separated by a land of light. And this is, again, with Ljósalfheim, or perhaps a place in which within the cloudy realm of light and etherealness, there's this separation between the middle world where they're standing on this flat plane and the upper world where the gods have set within Idavol, they build Ausgarth, and they build the walls, and then those walls are broken, and they have to, there's movement outside of Ausgarth, but still within the upper realm. And clearly there's mention of Yggdrasil being in its own place, not necessarily like in the center of Ausgarth, but they travel to in that upper realm. And so I think our ancestors saw the north, when to the north is the the edges of Niflheim, that misty place, that place that is cold and dark, and it descends down to the places below. And then beneath their feet, they saw Nidavellir and the land of Svartalfheim. So again, this separation between the upper realm and the lower realm is always placed through a barrier realm. And then they saw, to the east, that was the realm of the primordial resistance, the primordial dissipative forces, Jotunheim. And so the literalness of the east and the north, or Muspelheim to the south, clearly begins to lose its sense when we know now about geography and things of that nature. But yet the meaning of the realms does not change. It's just that those directions are correlated with an understanding of our ancestry, seeing it as the observable point around them. To the north is Niflheim, to the south is Muspelheim, to the west is Vanaheim and the land of life, and life is flowing into the middle world. And Jotunheim's kind of dissipated powers, whether it's the saliva of Fenris, dripping in, or just the Jotuns trying to intercede, and Lord Thor is there to kind of keep that balance. If you think about our ancestors and seeing that and understanding it, now we see the world in a very different way, but yet the realms can still remain, because the north is the direction that we have allocated to the primordial frozen, the proto matter of all creation. And Muspelheim is that cosmic, radiation, or the incendiary and also igniting power of creation. And when those two forces come together, everything in the middle is made. And we see the gods living in a place above time, and that time descends from them, or gravity, or even the laws that are cosmic. And that's why we say, in the heavenly realms are above, but descend down the cosmic order, and that the natural law that we are intrinsically tied to are involved within Midgard and the encapsulating worlds that surround it, which is, again, Niflheim, Muspelheim, Vanaheim, and Jotunheim. And then the place that's farthest away from the gods is a place away from time, when things slow down, when things cease to kind of work again within that order. And yet there are roots in every single level that draw back up. And I think that's really important. I remember I was talking with someone, and they were proposing the idea that Snorri Sturluson and Simon that were talking, that they were trying to make Yggdrasil fall on its side. And that's why there's a root in each of the levels. And they were really just sticking it to their ancestors, saying, "Oh no, the tree is dead and it's down on the ground." And I thought that was like a crazy conceptualization and a really kind of a reach. What I think really is that the understanding of the source of the center of heavenly, that we where Himinbjorg resides, where Ausgard resides, where Idavold resides, there is that center, and that center is in our symbolic language is the tree, that tree with the roots that descend into the unknown from the heavenly realm and then pop up in the other realms. It's very important that we maintain that, because again, the placement of understanding, when we talk about, like, in the tripartite, the catalytic god, or like even with like Hercules traveled laterally through the world, with great deeds. But the moment he stepped into the underworld, it was the devastating effect. The catalyst god does not step into the lower realms. The same with the Slavs, with Perun. Perun can go up and he can go out, but he should never step down. And that's why Veles and that the death kind of rising up against Perun, we see that again over and over. So cosmology is important. And I think our ancestors saw that from the observable point of themselves outward, and seeing things above them and seeing things below them, or the things that were unseen. But now what I have a tendency to see is that it's more based around the cosmic order that is descended from the gods, whether that is, you could call it gravitation, You could call it, radiation, and the interactions of energies and matter seem to portend to the middle world. And we see that again with life from Vanaheim and the dissipative resistance from Jotunheim, and those two factors flowing into the material universe partake in specific actions. So I would argue too that perhaps the Midgard is where life and resistance meet, and where the cosmic order and the kind of descendant aware dissipation from cosmic order define us as being encapsulated in the Garder, in the middle. And that's why Midgard is encapsulated, whereas Ausgard is in Idavol, and it is encapsulated by its wall, or the divine encapsulation of the gods working from there, is worth noting. There's like the Garder of the heavenly abodes within Idavol and within the entirety of like the known cosmic laws that we have to abide by. And so I have kind of perceived that wherever the laws descend from in those realms from the gods and play out in the center, that is where, Niflheim, Muspelheim, Vanaheim, and Jotunheim all correlate in this material existence, if you will. And I've mentioned that numerous times about time and the place of time, and why Mimmer's Well is in that space. It's in the primordial, and it's the accumulation of all of those laws playing out and funneling into and going down into the lower realm. And eventually, again, Vergelmer and the root, and why Nidhogger is trying to destroy that root. It's very, very important. But people just can't, it's got to be the central axis. The roots are down below, and it gets a little convoluted, I think. And I think they're framing things for a reason with their own kind of cultural intent. And I think that's straying away from trying to create the red herring that it was a felled tree or something like that, as opposed to, again, listening to the stories and hearing what is stated. Yggdrasil is in heaven, and that first root, it descends into Earth's well in heaven. And so I think that people don't want to conceptualize the gods as being in a heavenly abode. But what is the upper world to the middle? If there is no middle, if there is no upper, and what significance does the lower have if, all the gods can descend there and travel there, then why was it such a great testament to Lord Odin being able to dynamically interact with all three levels, and having the slipper, Sleipnir, the one who can move between all realms? And what significance is it with Hermod and Balder descending there? And so once we start kind of changing that, it gets a little dangerous. But I am a big proponent that I think our ancestors saw it from a flat plane, because they even mention this with the sun and the moon. And what do the gods call the sun? And what do the gods call the moon? What do the elves call the sun? What do the elves call the moon? And the classification in Alvis's poem is an interesting way of, I think they're seeing things from a planar level. But that has changed. Again, we know that things have changed, and our understanding of things is, whether we're talking about the day and the night horse of Skinfaxi and Hrimfaxi, we know now the earth rotates. And then we think of the two horses of the sun, Alsvid and Alvakr. And then we think of the one horse of the moon, and that's the only one that doesn't rotate. So now it's starting to visualize what if in the stories there are greater truths that the gods have been waiting for us to catch up to, if you will.
All right. Next question. Would you consider doing VNS episodes about Loki, Surtur, Fenrir, and the other forces of chaos? Obviously not in a dedicational sense, but just in an educational sense. We could. I don't I don't think that would be out of bounds of things that we cover. Doing an episode on each, I think maybe is kind of an overdrawing that out. Doing an episodes on, the fourth, the forces of chaos, I think. Again, it's not something that we won't do. It's interesting because it's a break from our typical orientation, which isn't necessarily wrong from time to time, but it's just outside of how we typically think on things. Like, we wouldn't want to spend a whole episode talking about things not to do or things to avoid or things that are bad. We want to talk about things, and I know that we end up delving into that. I think that's the nature of us all, is to delve into the negative. But what we try to do, at least topically and thematically, is focus on an upward orientation towards the things that we like, the things that we support, the things that we're about, the things that we want to achieve. And then in response to those, or in relation to those, we speak towards the things we don't like, or whatever. We usually don't start from the point of, all right, today we're going to talk about all the things that suck. That's just not typically what we do, but I don't think that's a terrible suggestion. It's just outside of our normal orientation. But I asked Nick last week, and hopefully he is keeping a list of some of these ideas for topics, because I think that's valuable, and I appreciate the suggestion on that. Also, congratulations in the chat room to gentlemen that had the twins. That's awesome.
Yeah, I think expounding on some of that stuff, the slaver of Fenris in the Black Lake, and how the movement from the upper realm to the middle realm would be a good, I don't think it would be in a whole episode thing, but, an understanding Loki's place as a catalytic and dynamic, and then eventually a stasis set into himself, or why the greatest threat ended up in heaven and the neutral threat ended up, or not neutral, but containment, stasis, and the placement of hell in the lower. Those would be very interesting things. But yeah, I think it would be better in like correlation to good concepts as well.
All right, so we're going to answer one more question here before we move on to Berkano. We will get to all of your questions. That's for our weal or for our woe. Svan and I have committed to doing that, so we will definitely do it. If you want yours up first, use some of our cool little doodads that the kids use these days and throw some money our way. We will get yours up there first. But either way, we're happy to answer all of your questions, joking aside. But this question was asked about 7 o'clock, just about 2 hours ago. I wonder how the victory associated with Tiwaz and the victory of Sowilo differ. And I think that's an interesting one. Svan, what are your thoughts on that one?
And so I briefly touched on that. I think that the difference is between I would say the projection of what is noble and morally correct is coming from the source of ourselves in an understanding of that. We have to understand what is moral. We have to understand what is noble. We have to strive to shine light out in order to attain victory, to see all things, to deal with the shadows, with the snakes, with the ice, as it's mentioned in the rune poem. That is an emanation before physical completion, before you walk forward and then start to physically interact, to give the price of that nobility, the price of that aristocracy, the price of that wisdom. That plays out, I think, in the Tyr rune after the more of the projection. So it's kind of an understanding of understanding how to act and why to act, and then the victory of correct action, and those two. So victory by changing the inner and changing the sight and the way that you view things and the way that you become more divinely connected. And then when you enact on that knowledge, the actions of victory, the attainment of victory, sometimes the duty, the sacrifice, the honor plays out. And I think that's how those two victories are different.
Yeah, I think it's, I think it's the difference between dynamic and static. And I don't think, I think that certainly you could use either of them for very similar purposes, and there's not like a wrong answer on that. But I think that to differentiate between the two is one is an active charging forward victory, where one is much more of a standing your ground, maintaining duty kind of victory. But yeah, I think that we could go further trying to split hairs, but I don't think it would really make that much of a difference. I think they're both certainly victory runes, and I don't think you're wrong in using them that way. Go ahead.
I want to bring up one thing too, is that there are some schools of runic thought when they talk about runic interplay, certain runes that interplay with other runes. If anybody's read, Futhark or Rune Lore, or I personally know some folks who correlate the runes via a diagram of 8 spokes. They draw a wheel of 8 spokes, and then they place a rune at the top and the side, and they go all the way around with the first et and the second et and the third et, and they correlate those positionings as a form of whether they are seen as light staff or murk staff. And it's worth noting, any 2 runes right next to each other are seen as light. They correlate together very well because they flow not against each other. And so some people have said, this is sigil magic or what have you, but there is enough I've met where they don't see the runes as face up, face down, or upside down, or right side up, but instead relegate themselves to this chart and look at, okay, well, this rune and this rune are on what spokes? Are they directly juxtaposed to each other? Are they directly across from each other? Or are they flowing in a more congruent way? And I would just point out that, Tiwas and Sowilo are in congruence with each other. So I would say absolutely a phenomenal pair to use in relation to projecting victory and attaining it, and then also the physicality of putting in the effort and the correct action in physical manifestation.
All right. So I think with that, we're going to move on to our final rune of the evening. We still got lots of questions to answer, but Svan, could you enlighten folks about the mystery of Berkano?
Okay, now Berkano is another tree rune, and I'm making that in reference to Tiwas. Berkano is clearly associated with youthfulness, clearly associated with immortality. I'm not saying I would argue it. I'm just saying that, like the yew tree in relation to the ash tree, I often wonder about the birch tree in relation to the apple tree. And those cultural significances of those two trees. Obviously, the connections of apples in relation to right before the darkening of the year, the fruit is bared forth to gain life. it was noted by our ancestors that the birch tree has the ability to, even though it bears no fruit, it continues to grow and continues to offshoot and to expand. And so out of the darkness of the earth, these new sprouts of life are consistently remarked about the birch tree. The birch tree has a ton of lore. So to bring it back, the rune is the translation of the modern usage is Berkano. Bjork or Bjarkan, the idea of the birch tree. And that birch tree does have even more cultural significance, even though perhaps maybe the idea of immortality may have gone away. There's clear connections to fertility and birth magic. There is also medicinal properties in relation to birch trees. There's also a sacredness of a lot of people, I'm sure, are familiar with the fruits of the birch tree being the fly agaric mushroom. Those are, and I'm not saying that that's in the lore. What I'm saying is that there's clear cultural associations with that from the folks up in the high north, all the way, even to our iconic lore when we're, you see it in paintings, the birch tree and the fruit of the birch tree, if you will. So the birch rune at its core is a rune seen as protection and fertility and birth. And you see that with our cultural connections to the goddesses associated with birth and with the birch tree. We see it again in the shape of the rune as being the upper part being the iconographically the breast and then the belly. So again, immediately has deep feminine tones towards the understanding of it also being an encapsulation within the earth, because again, the birch tree sprouts from the roots up and out and through. And so there's the conceptualization of the protecting of the future underneath the roots of this tree. It's not an evergreen, so it does lose its leaves and then regrow again. But again, despite the darkness, it reiterates itself out. And so there's lots of things to kind of go with here. You could talk about the connection of Perchta, one of the names of the Germanic goddess, connected to the word birch or birch tree. There's correlation there, and the linguistic correlations are scant, but they are seeming to lead towards not being complete rubbish. There is, of course, again, the Slavs have great connections to the birch tree as well, and the Gauls had the birch tree as one of their sigils in their Ogham writing. Or I'm probably saying that absolutely wrong, because Gaulish is an interesting language. But for us, and in relation to the runes, this rune becomes again the rune of encapsulation. And in the epoch stories, Sowilo is about the rise of the return of the right way of thinking and acting, and the return towards the need for the nobility. Tiwas becomes the stabilization of foundation and balance and the central point, and the idea of our religiousness, our religious nation formulating itself. And what immediately follows after formulation is growth, because that's the whole point of establishing. We establish, tribe, and we gather together to protect. And as soon as we can start to create that equilibrium, we learn, we act, and then reproduction, the new life, and we pass that knowledge down to the next generation, is all encapsulated in these three runes. You can kind of see it as they flow through these epochs. So you have this growth, this fertility that's being kind of bore out or bore up once we've reemerged from the darkness, like the sun coming over the horizon. This reemergence of light, it's the solar, it's the sun. Then we foundationally create the center and we formulate. And then once we do that, we have a safe place to start propagation and passing down that knowledge so that all of our efforts are not lost. And I think this applied to our ancestors. It's a continual point. It's a natural law phenomena of the ideas why families get together and why man and woman and tribe and nation are all part of this process. And I think it really encapsulates in these 3 runes. But it as it can be finite to the individual, it can also be macro to the folk, and again even to the gods, in our a better understanding of that. But the birch tree utilized oftentimes. So let's say like in runic magic, I have done this once, but I have known about this from others in the utilizing of birch and runes of fertility, include in particular the birch rune on birch being present during birth, whether it's placed upon the curved bark, and that bark is supported, and then a pillow is placed over it, and the woman is then laying with it across her back, and that could be again folklore of the idea of the alleviation of pain and the prosperity of making sure that the birthing process goes well. And in divination sense, when it's brought up, it's oftentimes seen as a time to protect, a time to turn inward, to create boundaries so that you can cultivate growth, but in a cyclical sense, that it will burst forth and then you have to do it again, and burst forth and do it again. And so that time of encapsulation is the process. It's not necessarily just a single state of being. It's that encapsulation to birth out again. And so this rune is always associated with protection and turning inward. Oftentimes it's even mentioned as being utilized as a protective rune for children. It may signify a maiden or a child when it comes into, say, readings, if you will. I hate to say the word readings or castings or what have you, but this rune exemplifies all of that, and I think it, in different ways, we can take angles with it.
So this rune, to a number of these, there's kind of a theme that you can go a couple of different ways on. The way that I go with Berkano is with if you look at it iconographically, a lot of people see the correlation to the pregnant woman with the swollen breasts and the swollen belly. The idea of Berkano as a birth rune or a pregnancy rune has always been of the greatest importance to me. The idea of its being the child or the seed in utero germinating before it breaks forth into the world. The idea of ideas, of concepts, of things in that hidden realm before they pour forth into the world, into manifestation, into existence. One of the most profound, I don't know, interactions of Berkano in a way that I was aware of was when the McNallans and I were in Denmark. And I've probably talked about this on here before. but it was really cool. We had such a special trip to Denmark. It was an AFA trip to meet some of our Danish members at the time. And we, there is this woman, Justina, that she was the perfect person to do this. She was a lot, but we had to pack a lot into a short amount of time. And she was one of those folks that she knew she knew a lot of different sacred places that were off the beaten path, that weren't what, your average tourist would go to. And so scattered across the countryside are these dolmens, or, quote unquote burial mounds, but they don't find bodies in them. So it's kind of a strange thing that we actually talked about over there. People talk about them being burial mounds, but they don't contain bodies or urns. So it was kind of strange. Anyways, she would go to these places and go, sit out on them. She would go to stone circles off, in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the woods that are overgrown, and she would go and sleep in the stone circles. She was, this very magical woman, and I'm really glad that we got to spend some time with her. But one of the cool things, she had this she had this militant, like, ordered, we're going to be here for 10 minutes, and then we're going to go here. It's going to take approximately 7 minutes to get here. When we are there, we're going to disembark from the vehicle. We're going to spend exactly 15.5 minutes. Then quickly we will take the extra 0.5 minutes to get into the car. And if you deviated by a small amount, you would hear about it, especially on the driving. So I was driving our rental vehicle, and she was driving from the passenger seat. And man, if you were off by like a kilometer per hour, realistically about 3 kilometers per hour, she would get right in the middle of you. But I will forever be thankful to her for the things that she showed us. Anyways, we didn't really have any prep on what we were doing or where we were going. It's just like, hey, we're along for the ride. They're going to show us cool stuff. Okay, great. And they did. So we found ourselves on this, driving out into somebody's field on like clearly a path to drive on, but it was like some guy's farm. Like, it was in the middle of nowhere. It was, I wasn't sure where we were going. And you don't think anything about dolmens over there, or these, you look in the distance and there's these mounds everywhere, but they're literally scattered all over the countryside. So you don't really make a special note of them per se. And we pull up, and our caravan of, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 cars stops. And so, all right, I don't know what we're doing, but okay. And they ask if we want to go see these dolmens. I'm like, okay, cool. And then they say, okay, well, do you want to go inside? We're like, huh? We're baffled. We didn't know that was an option. So we said, yeah, of course we would like to go inside. So they disappeared off in the distance over towards this dolmen. And then they came back and had us, try to come inside. Apparently, I don't think you're supposed to intentionally disturb these things, but, years ago with some farm equipment, they'd, broken off the capstone or the entrance stone or whatever. So it was open. And in my memory, I don't know how this works, because both versions are true, but considering Justina was kind of magical, maybe her magic came into play on this and explains why this doesn't really make sense. So we we went up to it, and Githya Sheila McNallen was not a Githya at the time, but Sheila McNallen was there with us, and she was the first one to enter this chamber. And she hunkered down, and there was this, I don't know, probably 10-foot long like tunnel to get into the dolmen, and so to get into the chamber. So, and it was probably, I don't know, 3 foot high by, it was like, 3 foot square. So she hunkered down, and she's moving these cobwebs out of the way. So she's moving these cobwebs aside to get in, and these black moths came flying out of this place. And I thought that was really significant, and I'll talk more about that later. But these black moths came out, and she kind of batted them away or whatever, and then went into this
Oh, I lost you on the stream screen, but I still have you here on my yes. I still don't see you back on the main.
went in. And we got in there, and the Danes had gone in before us. And this is what I mean. They'd somehow gone in before us, yet we still had to clear cobwebs to get in. So I don't know how that works. But they'd gone in before us, and they'd set up tea lights in this main chamber on these flat stones. So this artificial chamber was built out of these flat layers of stones. So there's kind of, little shelves occurring in the flat stones that they'd made. It was probably 10 or 15 foot long by, I don't know, probably 10 foot long by 4 foot wide, and maybe 3.5 feet tall or something. Maybe 4 foot tall, I don't know. But we were in there, and they'd set up these tea lights, and it was a really cool thing. Again, I don't know quite how to make that make sense, but it was really nice in there. And we sat in there. The Danes that we were with weren't used to Galdering. So what we wanted to do, and I asked a gentleman, Brad Taylor Hicks, who was with us, if he would Galder because he had a really good Galder voice. I mean, I assume he still does. To lead us in Galdering Berkano. And so he did. And we sat there in silence, Galdering Berkano. And we were in a cave, we were in this burial chamber situation, and there wasn't any wind going through, but tea lights begin falling off the ledges inexplicably, or I guess explicably, but not by normal means. So we continue this Galder and this, very peaceful time there. And we're in such a special and sacred place mentally. Then when it was time to go, we crawl out of this shaft. Shaft was the word I was looking for. I couldn't find earlier. So we crawl out of this shaft, and it's a process. Like, we have to hands and knees to get out of there. And as we do, we're going from the womb of the earth, if you will. We're going from this place of concealment, of germination, this tomb. The tomb and the womb are very similar in a lot of ways that way. And we go through this shaft to emerge back out into mundane life. And it was a really interesting transition, because you look out through this, ancient Neolithic burial shaft thing, and you see through, the overgrowth or whatever you see in the distance, and your eyes kind of adjust because you've been in a dark place, because I mentioned the lights kind of went out. And you see rolling hills and fields come into sight. And then you see, kind of a farmhouse. And then you see some power lines out in the distance. And slowly you transition from this very ancient place back into the modern world as you emerge from the shaft. And it was profoundly transformative. And I think the other people involved in the experience felt that way as well. But I can't really speak for them on it. For me, I emerged very much enhanced or improved spiritually when I came from the womb of the earth back out into modernity, back out into my existence. Something fundamentally happened when you went in, you did this, you changed, and you emerged as something more. And it was really profound to me. And that kind of, it was one of the most special experiences I've ever had in my life. But that's where my mind automatically goes when trying to talk about Berkano. I came back out in the world, and one of the things is we talked about, what are these places? If they're supposedly burial chambers, but nobody's buried in them, what's the deal? And the theory amongst the Danes was that perhaps they took the dead in there, left them there for a period of time, and then took them out to go bury or to burn or whatever they were going to do with them. But it was like a process of putting them in there while their souls transitioned from this world to the next world, and then took the bodies out. But there's no way to tell that story and really do it justice. But that's where I go with it, and I know that's kind of a departure from our some of our runic discussion, but I needed to share that because it was really a really special experience to me. Nick, could you feed us our first rune poem, please? So I believe this is the old Icelandic.
Mm-hmm.
Birch is a leafy twig and little tree and fresh young shrub. Svan, can you translate the wisdom therein for us, please?
Yeah, I think it's worth noting too. The birch trees in Iceland are shrubs in a way. I think there's an old joke. I remember my mother saying it was, if you ever get lost in an Icelandic forest, stand up, because the wind in Iceland is just devastatingly strong, and so the plant life there does grow in a kind of shrub form. So I think that might be worth noting, but it's also, that all Icelanders came from, Norway. They're migration westward, so they, and even traveling back there after settling. But the birch tree isn't lost in its meaning, even from living in the island. The idea that the tree could produce or grow and manifest in directions outside of itself without necessarily bearing fruit was not lost on anyone. It was seen as a kind of a rejuvenation, almost like a rune of the cyclical sense of life, death, and rebirth, if you will, whether it's generationally or spiritually or a lot of the different meanings there. But it's clearly held a lot of its significance even in Iceland. Obviously, I have an aunt. Her name is Vala Björk, and that means the chosen birch tree. And I'm sure some people are familiar with the musician Björk, and her name means birch. And so the significance of it is really culturally built around youthfulness, life, and regenerative power. I don't think that it was particularly utilized as a functioning tree in Iceland, unless it was already felled and brought in. A lot of the transitioning away from wood to stone in Iceland happened a lot because of the need of the trees. But yeah, I think this is what we're again seeing: life and the sprouting of life from supple and not, a strong oak. It's this rejuvenation of life from the kind of a cyclical feminine nature. There's as much as the impressiveness of the masculinity, there is also an impressive sense in the femininity and the cycles of things. And so this rune, I think, encapsulates a lot of that power. It's seen as a rune of regeneration, and whether it's mental or physical or spiritual is, I guess, in context. But this poem emphasizes its ability to grow without dropping fruit or seed. And I think it's worth noting that a lot of times the usage of the word seed, fruit, and corn all had the same connotations towards germination through a seed, if you will.
All right. Nick, could you put up the next poem for us, please?
The Norse one.
All right. Birch has the greenest leaves of any shrub. Loki was fortunate in his deceit. Svan, what do you make of this one?
So this actually came about for me in our discussions about the punishment of Loki that we were talking about a long time ago. And I think that when we were talking about the equivalency of corrective dharma, when we were talking about the equivalency of when Vauli comes forth to slay Hod because that makes equilibrium, but Loki's relationship to his son and the slaying of his son, much like, because he's in kind of a correlation with his like blood brotherhood or unification with Odin. So Odin loses a son, he loses a son. And I think that what they're speaking of is the fortunateness of that situation is that in order for the cycle to continue, his being cut off completely was not part, I think, of the overall cosmic meaning of that story. Because a lot of people have asked, well, why didn't the gods just kill Loki? It's like, obviously, he ran off, but that's not what's going on here. Is that this cycle is being continued on, and in that they're talking about his fortunateness of being encapsulated again, as opposed to being, cut off, and that the equilibrium of that whole scenario was built around the slaying of the son, or slaying of the child. So Vauli then slays Loki's son, and they bind him. So he loses directly in correlation with the gods, but is still kept in a stasis for the cycle, the overall of the doom, the overall point of all of the forces and powers interacting with each other. He still has to continue on with his part. That'll eventually, what spurns us on to defeat chaos is that it's not just completely dissipated. In an essence, it can't be completely dissipated, I think, is the ultimate wisdom of that. And I think that's what they're referring to in the fortunateness of his position. Kind of more of a poetic way of leveling that.
All right. And Nick, could you put the final rune poem up, please? The poplar bears no fruit, yet without seed it brings forth suckers, for it is generated from its leaves. Splendid are its branches, and gloriously adorned its lofty crown, which reaches to the skies. So you can tell this was not written by the Icelanders.
Right. And again, they just took poplar.
The Icelandic birch does not reach to the skies with nor has a lofty crown. Man, it sure did in Alaska, though. I remember so much of the trees around Anchorage where I was born were birch. And they're paper birch. And they were, again, they were very tall. They're beautiful. Birch forests are really cool. And I haven't experienced a lot of that since I left Alaska. It's one of the neat things when I went to Sweden, because it's on a similar latitude. It also had birch forests, and that was kind of the first time I'd been to a birch forest in a while, and that was really pretty and nice. Svan, what do you make from this poem? And I always like the Anglo-Saxon one the best. What do you get from this?
Well, I mean, again, it's always seen the similarity of growth without seed. The growth comes from the leaf, as they refer, or the suckers, the extensions of the tree, and the roots. Ultimately, as the roots move, the new stems become, small saplings, and then the saplings become trunks, and the birch then spreads. So again, coming out of darkness, coming out of the earth. But you made it, and that's, I think, the shrub thing. The reason why I wanted to cover that was because it does contextualize why the Icelandic rune poem would say shrub. And it's not necessarily, again, it's the translation, but versus the Anglo-Saxon clearly stating it's tall poplar and has a lofty crown, is again that's about that traversing of that tree to the island nation of Iceland versus already being well established in the on the Isles, you know. So I think this is one of those ones where the rune poems are pretty consistent and hold true despite the geographical differences. I think the Loki comment kind of throws people off a lot, but it is talking about how, you know, being contained and brought into the darkness and brought into the ground, and having the ability to shoot forth again, even though this one's kind of seen in the negative sense. It is, again, the reasoning for the cycles of things. So, I mean, it continually emphasizes the idea of the spreading of the tree, and how our ancestors saw the mystery in it not being brought about from berry or from fruit or from a hard seed, but spreading. And I mean, you know, when we talk about even like the aspens in Colorado, and they're now finding out that they have huge root structures that communicate with each other and are kind of one large organism of plant life. It brings a lot of interesting thought to the way that the birch tree, you know, spreads itself, and it absolutely a sacred tree to us and seen in the feminine sense. So birth, rejuvenation,
right.
life.
Well, and an interesting point was raised in the chat that they say, if they remember right, that birch was one of the first trees to emerge when the ice age was receding. Birch is one of the resilient trees that comes back first after fires, after calamity. It's one of the things, I have to assume this is why it appears to be sprouts of birch that you put on the Balder mural.
Yes, that is
after the waters recede. They're the first thing to repopulate and reforest Midgard.
Yeah, that was one of the Easter eggs, if you will, I guess, for terminology. But yes, the Baldershof, the mural, he's encapsulated and surrounded by birch, significantly so, and also because Baldershof is so far in the north. There are birch trees here in the south. We call them river birch, or they're kind of like a variation of the paper birch. But up there, the quintessential white and black slashed birch was very, very fitting. I thought it was worth putting in there. So amongst many little Easter eggs, that's one of them. And I'm glad you caught on to that, as far as, or at least revealed it to, because I think we might have talked about it, but
I don't think we did.
No.
I mean, we talked about what we were trying to symbolize by it, but I don't think we talked specifically about the birch in it.
Yeah, I think one of those that was one of the things I wanted to talk about earlier. I'd made mention of was I had a very, very blunt insult thrown at me about my murals. Not
Really?
a fan, apparently. Made mention that the 5-year-old could summon up something better, and I'm like, well, I am that 5-year-old. No, I thought it was quite funny, but the point of it being other than just simply at that point, if somebody's not very pious towards our things, I find no reason to. It's like hating someone who's taken too many head injuries. I mean, maybe they're not all fully there, or what have you.
Did he provide links to his awesome murals?
That was the point, kind of a point I made, and some of the examples that were given were like a very shirtless horn helmet, cod piece kind of, and Marvel-esque. Same with the next example he gave was very Marvel-esque. The third one was actually really good and was part of what I was originally thinking for the mural, but I think that it's lost on him that this artwork is coming from a believer. I'm not claiming to be an exemplary artist in the sense that obviously there are many people out there that could draw and produce murals in whatever fashion, but this was a religious endeavor, and the symbology in all of the pictures is more than just what is at face value. And I think it's also worth noting too is like based on my ability to travel to the Hofs is also on a basis of me eventually being able to kind of tweak things, because a lot of times, traveling distances and trying to fit in the birch trees before I left, because I only had a little limited amount of time before I had to leave. And so it was one of the fastest ways I could put a symbolic reference in there. But my intentions of adding and playing a little bit more into that. One thing I wanted to do was possibly put mistletoe in the birch trees, but I couldn't find any confirmation that mistletoe and birch were capable. I know mistletoe can grow in lots of different trees other than just oak. It's actually oak's very resistant, so one growing in an oak is kind of powerful because of its rarity. But I couldn't find anything in relation to mistletoe in relation to birch. So I just left the birch as they were and placed the mistletoe elsewhere in the drawings. But you can't please them all, and at the same time, I don't think that was the intention. I wasn't trying to please anyone outside in the middle world. I was devotionally pushing forth to hope to please the gods. So, but yeah, that was the story I wanted to mention earlier. I thought that was kind of a funny thing, and he doesn't seem to be particularly against anything that we're doing. I think he was like, honestly, like, I think it'd be a lot cooler if we had like a heavy metal poster Thor. And it was kind of like, is he being serious? Is he trolling me right now? You know what? I'm not even gonna like get upset at this. I don't know. People have commented on it before. I've seen people not clearly against our purpose and what we're doing, and I pay them no heed either. So, but again, you just keep moving forward with the new, every iteration, every time I've gone to a Hof to give dedication and to do a mural, I've learned something from the previous one. So the new shoot that comes up bears forth the greener leaves, and then the next one and the next one. And it's been an interesting process of those cycles.
Your murals are amazing. And it, again, first, I think that they're done really well, artistically or, skill wise. But that aside, the devotion poured into them, they're worth more than the sum of their parts. And it takes someone who's got a level of piety to really internalize some of that. But no, your murals are quite literally magical, and the effect they have on a Hof is tremendous for folks that maybe haven't been there. So before we continue with this discussion, Daniel threw in a $10 super chat. And it's good that you did, because we're a couple of hours behind on questions. What are the most significant trees named in our lore, and what is their significance? I would say oak, ash, elm, and birch. Svan, tell us about their significance.
Yeah, I would agree. Oak.
Maybe yew.
Yew. Yew tree, elm. I would also say hazel. Hazel is one that's kind of forgotten about, but is in relation to boundaries. But yeah, oak clearly associated with Thor. The idea of the strength of the oak, the building material of the oak being, to make the pillars strong. It's sacred. It destroys everything underneath it so that nothing can leach off of it. It stands alone, and then it grows its descendancy through the acorns, and then it creates the sacred forest and grove, and it doesn't tolerate things trying to kind of bite off of it. Even mistletoe is very rare, and if it does manage to
except Spanish moth. Our Spanish moss down south is in the live oaks a lot.
Yeah, and I think Spanish moss doesn't actually, like, it doesn't parasite the tree or doesn't like sustain life from the tree. I think it can drape on most anything, really. It's a interesting vegetation, and it certainly has a lot of mystery in the South as well, just in relation to the graveyards and with ancient, out in the country, seeing the Spanish moss has a lot of that deep Southern Gothic spirit to it. When people think of those kind of places where the land and history are kind of reemerging back together again, there's always a picture of the Spanish moss. But hazel is one that I really like to bring out. And when we're talking about the runes, wood is a significant point. I think that the metal and stone and bone and things as a medium for the runes came later, especially with the technology, with the ability to carve into stone. But what was certainly established long before, whether it's Herodotus and his mention of the Scythians, or Tacitus and his mention of the Germans, is the carving on wood, and particularly a fruit-bearing tree, which again is not detailed, because again the usage of the word fruit in relation to the fruit of the oak being an acorn and the fruit of an apple tree, of course, being an apple. But hazel is an interesting one too. It was utilized to peg down the leather tarping of a dueling pit, or a dueling stage. In one of the examples of Holmgang, where two people would step into a ring to challenge each other and fight. It was leather or sail was laid down, and hazel rods were specifically mentioned as making that place inside sacred and protecting to the outside. So I think hazel is one that's it's kind of glossed over. Holly, of course, in relation to Yuletide, and the fact that it is such a vigorous and living tree, and it's a tree of defense. The holly leaves were clearly placed the wreath upon the door, and that was a protective element. So an oak, again, nobility, longevity, the cosmic order, if you will. Yew tree, of course, we talked about that with Tiwas. I'm trying to think of elm in relation to lore. I know that ash was used a lot for weapons, like spear shafts, and a lot for the ships when it came. There was suppleness that was needed in certain spots, and then really stern parts where they were holding the mast to the deck. They would use ash because it was a very strong wood, but could take a lot of damage. And of course, birch. Those are the ones that come to mind right out the gate.
All right. Well, go ahead.
I was going to say, when they talk about apples, pears, fruit-bearing trees, they don't really talk so much about the wood as they do the fruit itself. But I mean, the usage of the wood was clearly done. There was lots of usages of those trees. They don't seem to place a ton of the emphasis on the wood in relation to the fruit.
All right, so Hoffanon blew the victory horn for a $20 donation. Thank you, Hoffanon. We appreciate you. Swan, your murals are great. Good thing you use paint, considering your appetite for crayons. Hoorah! Seriously, though, you are appreciated.
Yes. I drew everything out in crayon before I painted, and then sat back and ate the delectable fruit of the Marine Corps. That was a Marine joke. For people who don't get it with the crayons, that was actually a little bit after my time. The crayon joke came out, I think, from the there was a website or a page on Facebook called Jade Tots, or just the tip of the spear, and they made this joke, and it kind of blew up from there. We didn't really have that as a joke when I was in the early 2000s, but nonetheless, it is funny as hell, and I take no offense to got thick skin, and I think if we can't laugh at ourselves every now and then, it's what's the point? So, but thank you for the compliment.
So I did not serve. I also was, and above and beyond, obviously with that, I was not in the Marine Corps, but a very specific remembrance I have from first grade. I used to love me some crayons, but I wouldn't eat my crayons. I would borrow crayons and then eat those crayons.
Yeah. That makes another
in Miss Latour's class in Scenic Park Elementary in Anchorage, Alaska. I can remember I was sitting right by the coat closet. I can it's a crystal clear memory of first grade.
They used to joke about the Marines, that we would take anything that wasn't nailed down, and gear adrift is a gear amiss, or there's never a thief in the Marine Corps. There's just somebody lost their stuff and everyone else is transferring it around. So that's very fitting too, because the most savory of crayons is the stolen crayon, the conquested one.
There's something to that. All right, now I gotta find where we are in the line of questions here because it's been a minute. Okay, cool. All right, I've got it. And this one was from 7-Eleven. It's from almost 3 hours ago.
Oh.
But no, we've got people who are using the super chat and they are helping us out. They are donating to a great cause, and we are trying to bump them up to the front of the line. I don't ever want to kill something that's going somewhere good or disrupt train of thought any more than I need to, but I do try to put those in there as quick as I can. Are either of you good sirs familiar with the Rune Guild, and have you tried their curriculum, the 9 Doors of Midgard? Yes. Yes to both. I'm familiar with the Rune Guild, or at least I'm familiar with, I don't know, the Rune Guild of 10 years ago or more. Their current goings on, I don't have a lot. Yes, I'm familiar with the Rune Guild. I believe there are 2 strata of people in the Rune Guild. I think that there are a select few very good scholars and very intellectually high functioning people. I think there's another group of basement wizards that are not particularly adept at basement wizardry. And I don't think there's a lot of people in between there. And I think that the basement wizards probably outnumber the intellectual elite. That said, members of the Rune Guild have put out a lot of really cool things. I believe that the gentleman Leon Wild, who wrote the Runes workbook that I always recommend, is the best either older child, young adult first entry into the first introduction into the runes, is fantastic. It's always my go-to recommendation, and I think that's really well done. I believe he was a Rune Guild member. Edred Thorson, certainly. I mean, the person who is the most significant in the runic revival, certainly in my understanding of the runes and my learning the runes. The Ermin Drayton of the Rune Guild. So some really good people there. It was also told to me that someone high in the organization, when talking about the young men gathered there, say, there's a room full of rune maguses and not one of them could conjure themselves up a girlfriend. So I think that's probably a thing. I will say this: 9 Doors of Midgard is fantastic. You don't have to join the Rune Guild to go through that curriculum. It takes a very long time to do it as suggested. I would recommend do not rush it. The point is spending that time. It's not reaching a destination. The point is that journey. I think it's fantastic. I have gone through doing that over the years with a little bit of stopping and starting. But no, I highly recommend the 9 Doors of Midgard if you are at a place in your life where you have enough context and you can slow yourself down to do it at the right pace and to really go through all the steps and all through the motions. What say you, Svan?
Yeah, I currently don't know a lot of stuff of what is going on. The Wood Harrow Institute or the Rune Guild. I am familiar with the 9 Doors of Midgard. When I started studying the runes about in the mid 90s, 95, 96, I had the fortunate experience of meeting a teacher of the runes who was part of a group called the Nematon in the 70s. They're no longer around. I've looked for them. I can't seem to find them. They perhaps kind of faded out in the 80s. But he was one of the founding members and was really, really kind of in that sphere of, runology that was kind of coming about in the 70s and 80s. And so I ended up learning from him as a kind of he wasn't teaching anyone, and I bugged him to teach me. I said I had this interest, and finally he relented, and I got a chance to learn for about 3 years. And then from there, I just kind of studied on my own and brought in a lot of those books and kind of formulated them with my own knowledge from him. And so I never really pursued it. I think that it would be amazing too. But, as life went on, I joining the Marine Corps and all of these things just kind of I think it takes a lot of dedication in moving towards that direction. And unfortunately, that wasn't a lot that I could do to give that dedication. And I had already had kind of a personal foundation built up with a person of, clout, especially in my mind. In correlation with speaking about other runologists or rune masters or rune thinkers, Nigel Pennick and Edred Thorson, even down into Freya Aswin and some of her kind of wild stuff there. And I never pursued it. I'm just kind of always seen it in the peripheral. And perhaps I've thought, maybe if I was older and was a little bit more settled down without the chaos of family life, to try to pursue something. But outside of that, no.
Got a $1 donation. The Conquested Crayons. Great story.
Yes. Sorry. They fill them with an extra flavor if you take it from someone else.
Anything consumable is better if it started out as someone else's. I think it's just a solid truth that we can internalize.
Riding in our chariots, taking other people's crayons.
That's how we do. That's the foundation. That's the foundation myth of our civilization. Do you think we should treat all gods as separate from each other, even if there is some overlap between them or perceived equivalence? Also, when trying to reconcile the existence of multiple sky fathers, earth mothers, and storm gods, there was a comment in the chat that said, same essence, different persons, which opened my mind to a new perspective. Would you agree or disagree with that comment? So I will address all of those things piece by piece, but first I want to challenge the premise. People, again, it's got to be obnoxious to people listening to this because I have these strange pauses where and I do these little stop starts. And the reason is because some of these, it's hard to take metaphysical concepts and put them into words. We treat Sky Father, Striker, Earth Mother as these monolithic terms that are inherent to civilization, and the rest of gods and men alike are beholden to them. And that's not how that worked. Before anyone ever said Sky Father, Earth Mother, Striker, the gods existed. They existed as they are. They existed in totality of their existence, their personality. They existed and predate the term Sky Father. Before the term Sky Father existed, there were our gods and there were our most ancient ancestors. Now, linguistically, Sky Father is a very old term. Dogmatically, it is a relatively recent term. These aren't boxes that exist objectively. A scholar of archaeology and sociology and perhaps theology decided to create a word or a label that expressed a concept or an idea. These words were meant to help us understand religion. These words don't dictate to divinity how divinity is allowed to be divine. And so we look at things kind of ahistorically where we take assumptions such as Sky Father, Earth Mother, Striker, that must exist. And then we try to violently hammer all of the gods of any people in existence into those categories. Subtlety and truth be damned, we're going to force them into our theory of things because that's how the world works. Sky Father, Earth Mother, Striker, that's what is. Doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that clean, and it never has. We recognize those elements in many, if not all, divinities, and it helps us to understand perhaps their functionality, perhaps themes within their worship or the understanding of them. But the term is a weak tool that humans have created to help us in our understanding. The gods are not beholden to anthropologists' theories of things. And it's a very important difference. So to the question's specifics, should we treat all gods as separate from each other, even if there is some overlap between them or perceived equivalence? It depends. These things are gray areas. When in doubt, yes. When in doubt, we should absolutely treat them as different. There are some that are beyond a doubt, and if we are completely confident and completely secure, knowing that the wrathful eye of the gods is upon us if we err, then sure. Obviously, when you look at Germanic deities, Like when you look at continental German deities and Scandinavian deities, it's very clear that they're different names for the same people. Okay. Well, when you extend that further and in different directions, there are some that are very clear, and there are some that are a much more tenuous connection, that have a lot of overlap between perhaps multiple of those gods. So with most things, there's no 100% answer, but yes, when in any kind of doubt at all, you should treat them as separate. If it's obviously, and you know them to be the exact same one, then okay, take it upon yourself to do that and accept the risk of doing that. When trying to reconcile, and so here's the thing, and I don't know with the question of whether you're speaking of this globally or within Aryan pantheons, because the nature of folk religions, different races of people will have different quote unquote sky fathers, earth mothers, and storm gods. Within that race, perhaps there are not different, but there are different understandings of that position. Your point that they're the same essence but different persons, I don't agree on, but I think it approaches some truth that's important. So at no point in our understanding, or do we have stories of, or do we have any kind of conception of, that Odin rode up on Sleipnir to a Viking guy and said, "Hi, my name's Odin." Our people, our ancestors, developed their relationship with the Allfather over millennia and grew to know him by that name and apply that name to him and a set of characteristics that they grew to know based on their special and unique relationship to him. Different groups of our ancestors, as they migrated and separated from each other in different climates, developed a different understanding of the same force of divinity, applied different characteristics that they knew and how they knew the Allfather, and different nomenclature, sometimes not, or sometimes the same root but in their own dialect. But the names, stories, and characteristics of our gods in each of the Aryan pantheons comes from a very specific, often many thousands of years relationship with these divinities, and you get to know them in very different ways. And I know this maybe I'm not expressing it well. Maybe it's certainly probably hard to to wrap our head around, but I believe that's very much the case. And I think that the only thing we can, perhaps liken it to, each of your relationships with different people in your life is very different, and they may know you in really different ways. If you met a friend of mine from high school and asked them about me, the me they would describe would probably be, in a lot of ways, very different than the me that's talking to you now. 25 years of growth tends to do that. If you asked my mom about me when she was still alive, she would describe me in very different ways than you would, because she knows me as her son and as the little baby that she, breastfed and took care of and changed my diapers and all. I mean, would be a completely different set of descriptors to describe the same person. When I was bouncing, people that I tossed out on their head would probably describe me real different than people in this chat room, because their interactions with me were in a very, very different context. None of that has anything to do with disingenuousness, or all of that is completely and totally legitimate, but all of it is very different. And if that's the case in one person's lifetime, all within, a relatively connected culture, and this isn't an exact analogy, this is just a starting point to express the thought that I'm having. I feel like over millennia, in thousands of miles of different, completely language different, climate different, culturally different contexts, our people grew to develop relationships with our gods in very different ways that shared a lot of points of commonality, but also shared a lot of points of difference based on their relationships. And I think that's the closest I come to being able to answer your question in a satisfactory way. Svan, what are your thoughts?
That was a very good way of laying that down on the table. I think that it's worth noting that a lot of people they see the gods and their ability and influx into the material and into the center and into the place of the middle. They see this interaction within this place as their willful manifestation of how the balancing of these forces play out around us, whether it's the equilibrium of weather and light and tide and all of these things. They'll have a tendency to allocate. Njord is the god of the seas, except Ayer is the Jotun of the seas, and then Odin is the Sky Father, but he's also the chooser of the slain and the magic user of the gods, or the giver of the runes, and Thor is the striker, and Heimdall is probably just Odin in another form. You start to go, they start to kind of pick and choose and mosaic a lot of things together. I think that one of the things that helped me understand too was that the stratification of the gods, the multiplicity, the stratification is based off of kind of the influence in a lot of ways. When we see the wind and the storm and the stars and the sun and the moon and the stratification of the heavens, and understanding the gods and how they implement those powers into the middle as individual pieces all working together. It's the same with also the Jotuns and their kind of interplay into the middle. It's these primordial pieces, these currents or forces or powers are orchestrated, and that's what we mean. That's what I mean by dominion. The dominion of them interacting and placing themselves or influencing things. They're not the literal of, they are the adjudicator of, they are the implementer of, they are symbiotic powerfully with these elements that they fulfill in the whole entire orchestra that's playing out, is the best way I could say. And we too are in that. And just like individuals versus the whole, we can see the gods as a whole, but we must know too that they are of the individuals. People might see a group of people as, oh, those are Americans, or those people are Virginians, or whatever you have. But those individuals and that stratification, if you will, is necessary for the whole. It's the way that everything in the universe works. There's never a condensement down to singularity, except in the desire to create a singularity, whether it's the pursuit of truth or the oneness or the one. Nothing ever seems to go in that direction. And it's constantly hinted on that there are three, whether it's Adumla and Yggdrasil and Ymir in our lore. There's always this kind of, or it's Muspelheim, Niflheim, and the gap. And so there's always this kind of idea of the dynamic movement. And there has to be multiple forces moving against each other, moving within each other, and interacting with each other in order for all of this to continue. And I think that's a key imperative point of most all Aryan religions, whether the stories over time have morphed or been lost to time. The Gaulish stories, some of them, the Irish and the Scottish have euhemerized the gods into chieftains and clan leaders. The Gauls in France, their religion is almost completely archaeological based. There's not a lot of like any written lore as they got completely washed over by the Romans. But the Germanic people have a distinct trait in the sense that a lot of that variations kind of happened more internally than externally. It didn't really take the true external hit until very later on in the Viking Age. But it leaves you at a conundrum. If you believe in Jorth, and in the stories, Jorth gives birth to Frigga. If you believe in perhaps like Gríðr, and as being kind of like the detrimental, she's pulling and pushing her dominion of detrimental earth, whereas Jorth is seen as the giving earth. Are these the same gods? Are they all just boiled down into one? Or are these individual, willful, spiritual beings that have the ability to move primordial forces, to orchestrate, much like an individual playing an instrument? Everyone's creating sound, everyone's creating vibration, but each instrument is uniquely different and each instrument is being played. And oftentimes you've got violinists and you've got cellists and you have percussionists, and they could be seen as a group, but the individuals are doing things even despite their similarity in instrument. And I think that's the way I have always viewed the gods, as the multiplicity of these primordial forces being willfully utilized, moved, interacted with, sometimes clashing, and always it's you can look at them in their similarities, but you also have to see them in their individualness. So the stratification of the heavens, stratification of the earth is natural. And I think that's our ancestors, as they began to know the gods, saw that. They learned that. They interacted with the gods, and they did that for a reason. It wasn't like there was just a sky daddy and an earth mommy, and then somewhere along the way, someone hit their head and decided to make up all these other gods that somehow are just really facets or aspects of sky daddy, earth mommy. I think I've always viewed the idea of an orchestra as the best way to look at it, is that these individual groups have individual members, and they're playing instruments, and everything is coalescing together in those powers, and we are kind of in the middle of it. And in a way too, we are also playing our part. But yes, I would see them as individuals. And now if you're talking about globally, I don't really concern myself with anything outside of my folk. It's just not on my horizon. I don't capitulate or theorize or what have you. It's kind of irrelevant to me. And I think that's one thing that a lot of people don't get about folkish spirituality is that I have connection, and then I don't have connection. Everyone kind of tries to relent that there is, we're connected through death, or we're connected through oxygen. We all have oxygen. We all have this. We all have that. I'm not concerned with that. I'm concerned with, our people. Outside of that, they can do what they want. But I feel that our peoples way of interacting with the divine is the truthful way. It's the truthful way to me. It's the truthful way to our people. So it is the truth. And so after a certain point, logically going on, you can, again, get into obscura eventually, to the point where it becomes irrelevant. And I think that's what happened with like monotheism. Once monotheism became universalist, and then universalism led to a kind of foreignality between the interactions of the people's souls with the divine just became an obscure thing. It was very defined. If you read this book, this is what he does, locusts and Sky Rabbi and all that stuff. And then you shift over to, Heidegger and Hegelian concepts of, am I God? Am I within God? Is God external? And it just becomes so relative that you lose all of your cultural foundation of having that intimacy with the gods.
So something else that I think is worth mentioning too. I think a lot of people are like, well, yeah, but if that's true, I mean, there are folk. Why don't we just do Greek stuff or Roman stuff? Or why don't we do Celtic stuff? And I counter that if they are different reflections of the same divinity, we could become exponentially irrelevant by focusing on the possibility of doing things differently and reinventing the wheel every single time. But the truth is, Odin reached out and awoke the souls of our folk. You see that in a early Germanic revival that's more widespread than any other revival of that type. You see that in the simultaneous workings of Elsie Christensen, Steve McNallen, and Svenbjorn with no connection to one another. You see that with the development of thriving and real Aryan pagan practice through the way that we were doing it. There's no instance of Jupiter reaching out to Chef Boyardee and making something happen. That didn't work that way. What did work that way is Odin reached out to Steve McNallen. In whatever way you want to take that, this is the form that the gods took when reawakening the soul of our people to do this that we're doing. And that's why it's very important that this is what we focus on instead of getting mired in minutia of what coulda, woulda, shoulda. This is what is. And we invite all of our folk to be part of what is and what's happening and what we're doing, because something truly amazing and revolutionary in the history of our race is occurring. And we want all of our brothers and sisters to be a part of that. So I got lost in answering questions and I forgot to do the 13th rune song associated with the bar rune, which is Berkano. The 13th I know, if I take up water and on a young thane throw it, he will not fall to the foes in strife, nor sink beneath the sword. What do you make of this, Svan?
Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
I
with
can.
The clock and with my dog being crazy right now.
It's okay. A 13th I know, if I take up water and on a young thane throw it, he will not fall to foes in strife, not sink beneath the sword.
This is absolutely that correlation again to protectiveness. This is a reason why even in I would say like collaborative and the coalition of when you read a modern rune book or something of that nature, or just even something little older like Futhark and things like that, there's clear connotations to rejuvenation and protection in relation to this rune. And it comes, I think the protection part specifically comes from this rune poem. And I think that it has a correlation when they talk about the sprinkling of the water, the hallowing. I've often wondered if the birch tine utilized to hallow may have been seen culturally as a protective tine, an anointment through the birch sprig is specifically built for protection. But the rune itself in relation to all of this, I think, again, is about protecting that which is the future, whether it's a child, whether it's, as it's mentioned here, a young thane or a young prince or a young warrior. The idea of that, the need for protection, why you're trying to protect that which is young, youthful, and so full of promise for a future involves kind of encapsulating and allowing the growth of that that future possibility instead of bearing it out into the wind or testing it. It is about kind of anointing and covering over, so things can be learned and tested a little bit over time and allowed for that rejuvenation to occur.
I absolutely see it as that feminine force, the mothers, the Deseer, the idea of anointing a young man before he goes into battle with things to protect him, as is a tradition in our people in a lot of ways. The idea of the mother putting something on their son or giving them something for luck and for protection is really fundamental, and it's something that we see in modern Asatru practice when we have various anointing of things. We see that in our baby naming rituals. We see that oftentimes when someone, oftentimes a Githya will draw a rune on someone or in some other way sprinkle them for protection. And I think that that's a key towards some of the essence of that rune. So next up, I'm going to set up my altar, but I'm still confused about the part of gifting to the gods. Could I have some explaining on that? So the fundamental of our worship of our gods and our interaction with the divine is what we call the gift cycle. The gift cycle is the process of giving and receiving between gods and folk. So much of our lore is cyclical in its nature. That's a very important theme in the practice of Asatru. Our interaction with our gods is done in the context of a relationship. And a relationship is give and take, it's sharing. So we are, in the most ancient times when our ancestors would most often give bloat to the gods as a sacrificed animal, unlike other different groups of people, we didn't just burn a whole animal to the gods. That wasn't the point. We gave a certain portion to the gods. We asperged with the blood to share the sacrality around the participants. And then we all shared a feast to where symbolically the god was eating part of it, and the whole community was sharing a meal with our gods. That sharing with them is part of that process. Very often, if you make an offering to the gods, say at your altar, and it's some kind of a libation, some kind of you're pouring a shot, it's very customary to take a shot for yourself as well, to drink with the gods as part of that sharing process. In bloat, again, your altar is a microcosm of that macrocosm. But in bloat, we'll stand in the circle, and there's two rounds. There's a giving round and a receiving round. In the first round, we all pour our energy into the offering. Usually it's into a horn that's filled with mead or something, some other alcoholic beverage. And after we fill that with our worship and our love and our energy, we offer that to the gods. Then we raise the horn up high, refilled with mead, and we ask the gods to put their blessings into the horn for us, and we pass it around and we share it. When you make an offering at your altar, that's the idea, is sharing something with the gods, putting your energy into something that you are then sending out or leaving out for the gods to partake of, in the hopes that they will in turn bestow as a gift to you their blessings. And by continuously doing that, you grow closer together. It's the same idea of, if you're building a friendship, you're sharing, you're giving them gifts, them giving you gifts in return, builds a relationship over time. You're inviting them to your house, and them returning the favor and inviting you to their house builds a relationship in a very similar way, obviously on a much more unequal scale, but in essence, it's the same principle when you're gifting to our gods and you're participating in the gift cycle in that way. But as we said earlier, the important thing is to just do it and make the effort. Doing it and making the effort, you learn as you go. But if your heart's in the right place and you're giving an offering that is it's sincere and well meant and done in the right spirit, we have to assume that our gods will understand that and accept it in that spirit, and hopefully return blessings to you. Question for us both, but I thought I would ask Svan first. So you're up first on this one, Svan. As a Gothi at Thorshof, do you have any insight into what the relationship with Sif would look like for the AFA in general and Asatru individually?
Yes, absolutely. So Sif, in relation linguistically, especially in Old Norse, the connotation is more about family, or the encapsulation of the family in relation to the land. So the idea of that which is produced from the land that feeds the family. There's an intrinsic line between that which is grown, that which is produced from the soil, that which is taken and cultivated, that which is then preserved and or consumed, and the strength of the family. That it's the absolute truth of the idea that the strength of the family comes from that which they can provide for themselves, and in that, I think that correlation of the fruit of the earth is the true dominion power in which Sif and Thor correlate with us in between all of that. If we were to talk about that as like kind of an interaction, is when we see Thor in the blessing rain and the storm and the waters that help the earth grow, that that intercorrelation, Sif is in essence that life force and power, but more so not just goddess of grain or goddess of corn or goddess of said this. It is not that. It's the power, the intimate relationship between the earth and the sky that produces that much needed strength that will be cultivated and then given out to the family and given out to the children, and ensuring the health of the man and the woman and the ability to produce and grow. So I feel I've always seen the relationship of Sif as the might, if there is might of the sky and might of strength and bravery, there is might of the earth and might of the strength and the fuel, the structure of what we eat, consume, and grow stronger. And so I have always held Sif in connection to groves and to places of cultivation, the toil of the work, the furrowing, the overseeing of taking the seed, placing it within the earth, and cultivating it out. I do correlate a lot of the fruitfulness of animals and things to Lord Frey, or just fruitfulness in general. But I think it's the intimate point of cultivating food to the water of the sky is what I'm ultimately getting at. I think that it speaks of the feminine might that grows within the clan or the family, just as we view Thor not just simply as Stormfather or Jotun striker. There's also a sense that he is the god of warriors, and he is a warrior, and he is strong. And so we wish to kind of emulate and bring and be booned with that strength. It is just the same from her, except through our works and through our ability to convert that work into plausible strength that allows us to live, that allows us to be strong. So I have I talked to I can't remember his name. He was referring to, I know, like in the Greek correspondence or Romanesque, there was these kind of moments where we were doing correlations, kind of like in the game of Tacitus. And one of the closest correlations I could find is if you were to think of like Ceres. It's a Ceres. It's where we get the word cereal from. Again, you're looking at the Greco-Roman, you have, Persephone, and but you have Ceres as well as goddess of the grain and the strength of the land that is being cultivated by the family. But I don't think it's just that simple. I view the gods as being vertical, and I view the Asinir or goddesses as being horizontal in the sense that they intertwine a lot of overarching powers. So if we talk about might and we talk about protection, then we would talk about, I guess, internalized might and internalized virility and strength coming through work and pre-planning and things of that nature. So at Thorshof, we have fields across the street that are being constantly worked and things like that of that nature. And, conceptualizing, again, a lot of people say, it's she's not related to wheat or what have you. I think that the story of the felling of wheat and the regrowing, there's symbolic connection there that I find in my interactions with her a kind of good thing. It is good to be able to toil the earth and gain that from the earth and bring strength to the family. I don't see that there's a deviation from it. some people don't know how to connect those two. And I would say ultimately right now, shrines and or also stained glass that are going to be placed over the windows at Thorshof. One of them in particular is going to be focused around Thor and Sif and Magni and Modi and Thruder, all in the encompassing sense of the strength and the might and the toil of the earth and the family growing stronger from it. I often also, just to expound on this a little bit further, I have always associated Thruder with brewing and the strength of brew. And in essence, kind of like the child of the field is the brew or the beer. I've often, when I was brewing at length, I used a long time ago, I would place offerings to Thruder for good brew, that it wouldn't become bitter or contaminated or had to be thrown out. So a lot of times during Thor's night, during Yule, I would pitch yeast and drop yeast for brews, and I would give thanks and honor Thruder as she is the child of the field, if you will. So there's that correlative sense, I guess would be the best way to look at it. But I also consider Sif to be an Austvinir. She is not mentioned in the Gylfaginning in the litany of the goddesses, but she is clearly a goddess. But the titling of Austvinir, the beloved ones, I think correlates to the goddesses that are intimately connected with their counterparts. They're almost inseparable, as they are kind of a unification of a complete cycle. So
I don't have much more to add than what Svan just did on that, other than I think of Sif a bit less the struggle and the like might of the earth as much as the, I don't know, the shining ornamentation of that, the treasure that comes from the earth, the bounty of the earth, the beauty that comes from an abundant harvest. Not so much in a mighty aspect as much as in a radiant and beautiful and glorious aspect of, the field well taken care of and well nurtured produces this beautiful, amazing bounty that is such a treasure to all who possess it, to all who are able to have that. I picture her in that way. But I think it goes back to the same thing. It's just a little bit different reflection of her that I think I focus on more. Our next question is interesting. I remember I saw this hours ago, and it's funny to me that it comes up this far from when it was asked. Again, it was asked at 7:18. It's now 10:47. Have you heard of the YouTube channel Dharma Nation and their Vedic guru, Sri Dharma Pravartaka Acharya? He is a white man of European descent, Spanish and Italian, if I recall. Also, do you think it is okay for white people to practice Hinduism/Eastern Aryan religion? He says Asatru and Hinduism are sister religions, and he seems to understand the deeper Indo-European connection there. He even did a Hindu-style prayer/mantra to Thor in one of his videos. So yeah, first, yes. I mean, I wasn't necessarily aware of the YouTube presence, but we've been aware of Acharya Ji for a long time, and his name is, as white people name is Frank Morales, and yeah, he's a Spaniard. Perhaps he does have some Italian ancestry. I've had like a message once or twice back and forth with him. Our law speaker has talked to him quite a bit more, and actually has visited with him one time. He's been very complimentary of Steve McNallen in at least one of his books. I have a pretty high opinion of him as far as that goes. I think he's, from what I know of him in my relatively limited interaction, think he's a good guy. I think he's a very well-meaning guy, very smart guy, and I appreciate that. He did, I'm curious if this was a new or a different mantra. He actually, speaking to us, kind of gave us some mantras that I don't think a lot of people used or whatever, but that were Thor mantras. One was Om Sri Tore Namaha, and that was super short. But the other one was Om Odin Patraya Vitmahi Vajrastaya Dhimahi Tano Donar Prachodayat Om. And I'm not sure, if anyone on here speaks Sanskrit, you're welcome to slap me next time you see me, because I guarantee you I butchered all of those Sanskrit words that I don't know the exact translation of nor pronunciation of. But basically, Thor, Odin's son, the wielder of the Vajra. But yeah, and that was, I don't know, in like 2012 or so. That was quite a while ago. So I don't know if he's developed new ones that he does or whatever, but he's had really good interaction. I think that sure, on sister religions, I think the degree of separation is probably a bit bigger. I am not as opposed to that as, I'm not as opposed to that as I am to Christianity or white people converting to Judaism or white people practicing Shinto, because at least there is a root connection to original Aryan divinity in a way. But I think that if you are an Aryan person and you want to pursue the authentic worship of our gods, if you're that far on that path, I would much rather you come over here and do this with us. And yes, that's self-serving, obviously. I'm sure he would say he wants us all to go over and be part of his organization. I get that. But in a very authentic way, I think this and our development of it is much closer to the mark than theirs. I will say this, and I don't claim to have as, in-depth understanding of his personal theology as some people might, so I don't want to get too in the weeds with it, but I think that, so he mentioned how Hinduism is a sister religion, and if that's a direct quote, then I certainly don't contradict that. You heard that, but he's usually fairly nuanced in talking about Dharma or Vedic religion instead of using the term Hindu, because he sees the deviation from the original Aryan root faith in modern Hinduism. So he likes to refer to what he does as Vedic or as Dharma and the Vedic practice of Dharma. So he gets that modern Hinduism has traveled fairly far away from the mark of the original root faith. And he tries to correct that. He also sees that, indigenous people of an area worshiping their gods and the gods of their race and their people is Dharma. That is the appropriate right action in the right time of the universe. He believes that, and he, speaks approvingly of Asatru, and I really appreciate that. So, don't go join Dharma Nation. You should all join the AFA instead. But that being said, I really do have a lot of respect for Acharya Ji, Frank Morales, and I wish he'd come over here also. I think he's probably unlikely to do that, but he's certainly welcome. Svan, do you have any knowledge or any relationship to share about Acharya Ji or Frank Morales?
I limited, very, very limited. I remember us even discussing some of his works and things back when in the I think it's pre 2019, 2019. As far as that, I mean, nothing that I've ever read. And again, expounding on the idea of I think it was those discussions about correct law or corrective action or law or, versus dharmic concepts, or not versus, but like parallel, spurned a huge amount of growth, because I think that was right around the same time that we were talking about if there are missing pieces to our structure, can we take the blueprints of other structures and hold it over ours and see where things might connect, overlap, and rebuild, or issues that we need to discuss and conceptualize, and or see if in the lore there is a substantiation there that we're just missing. And so that was all, I think, really too kind of spurned on by a lot of his discussions. But outside of that, I don't claim to I certainly don't know him, certainly not as well as you, Asatru, but all truly interesting topics. But I'm a believer that especially within the branches, there's wisdom and the value of understanding. I take people that practice a kind of hybrid of Asatru with Hinduism. I see them as they're on a personal path, which is different, I think, for me, as I feel that I'm on a collective path with others. And the reason why I say that is because even as you had said, Asatru, is that he mentions about how the deviation of the religion had veered into its direction. So I find a lot of those folks kind of are recalibrating it, but they're kind of doing it on their own. And that's just an observation of a truth that I see, is like they're kind of, they have their very deeply introspective views of the way that they would formulate mantras and then incorporate and perhaps, pull away from things that they see as not being correct. And, their knowledge of ancient texts from that, from the Bhagavad Gita and all of that stuff is way beyond mine, because I have an extremely insular looking at all of the spirituality and all of the tenets of divinity and understanding from within my group, like within my people. So I can find similarities, and I love listening and looking for those similarities or connective tissues, or just, again, being able to overlay ideas onto, it's almost like taking the blueprints back home and going, I see now, maybe there's that. And then respectively returning it. I'm not trying to overly pull. So I don't really, or perhaps it's just in the details. What is a mantra to one person might be, Galder to another, or meditation to outsitting, so on and so forth. But I try to function pretty much within my circle. As far as people celebrating that, like I said, it's a lot of seems to be on individual reasonings. And again, I think a lot of it is because they're not. I had an interaction with a young man that was very much, he went through, he was doing a lot of Hinduism or Vedic Hinduism. And he was even kind of coming from a place where He was at one time, I think, a Hare Krishna. And I don't know if that's like, I can't be like, that's good or bad or whatever that is. But when I spoke to him about Lord Frey, when I spoke to him about him being the laughing prince that rides upon the bloody hoofed horse with a sword that strikes down his enemies by a wave of his hand, he said I was describing it almost like some sort of a Vedic story. And I was just kind of seeing the story of numerous pieces. And I think the fragmentation of our lore doesn't allow people to soak up and really breathe in the story, because we're seeing it so two-dimensionally flat written out and not seeing it as a story, as the stories from the gods passed down to us, and the greatness of that kind of meta spirit of what a story is and the ability to place it into that. So I think a lot of folks that don't find that, they see it in like the Vedic paths, and that attracts them, and then they incorporate. I don't really do that, but I don't have a problem with folks who are doing that. I would, of course, like to see us all join and unify and be under one banner. But, I have met members of the AFA who do still do that. They just know that we're not incorporating. We are our Germanic expression at Hofs, at Bloat, or, at national events and things like that. And they're fine with that. They go home, they incorporate as they see fit, but they know exactly where they are when it comes to the whole of the people. So that's, I don't have much more on that.
All right. So let me find the next one here. I got to scroll back.
One thing too, I saw, so in the comments, Igir Kuningas, the terrible or awesome king, commented Rowan. I saw that in the comments and I was like, oh, dang. So good on you, Igir. The Rowan tree specifically in its correlation to Thor and Sif, because we brought that up as well. And the Sami or Laplanders, when they have their when they speak of their striker Thor, they call Rowan the wife of. And of course, this is correlating into the story in which Thor reaches up and grabs a Rowan tree to pull himself out of the river after slaying the Jotnus. And I've often taken that to mean there were influences coming into the late Nordic period from the northern, like almost north Norwegian, Swede, Finland, just as much as there was Slavic influences coming up, because as they traveled, I think the story of Hárbarð and the altercation between Lord Odin and Thor plays out uniquely as it does because of its influences from the Slavic Veles Perun dichotomy. But I just wanted to bring it up. Rowan, you are correct. Good call on that. My mistake.
All right. So the next question is in the membership application, there's a question about belonging to a kindred. Does this mean only an AFA kindred or any non-associated kindred? Didn't think you cared about a backyard buddies kindred, but thought I'd ask. You know what? I think that's kind of a grandfathered in question on a very old application. It may even predate when we officially recognized AFA kindreds in the modern era. So don't overthink it. If you're part of a kindred, put down your kindred. If you're part of an AFA, okay, no. So here, all right. I logicked this one out, and this may be retcon, but because I am the sovereign of the Asatru Folk Assembly, I can make these decisions on the fly if need be.
It's official now.
Yes, there you go. So it's if you're in a non-AFA kindred, and I think it's a holdover that's in there. But I say that because you're not allowed to be in an AFA kindred if you are not an AFA member. So if you're filling out an application, it's either internally, so we can mark you as a member of a kindred, or if you're filling it out for the first time as an application, you couldn't possibly be a member of an AFA kindred, so it has to be something else. But so sometimes that's a subtle misnomer, and there'll be people who've been hanging around an AFA kindred, assume they're a member of it, and will put that on their application. When you're not initiated and haven't been around a long time, that may seem like a subtle, difference. We're not getting hung up on that. But yeah, if you are part of a kindred, whatever that case might be, go ahead and put it on there. But it's not a super critical point. I doubt we would recognize the name of most backyard buddies as you describe it, kindreds. There may be a few kindreds that do have a reputation that we might ask about and see what's up with that, but I wouldn't put a lot of stress on it. Just answer it as best you can. Next up, when was Yggdrasil created? Does it predate the slaying of Ymir? Svan, what are your thoughts about the timeline of those events?
Yes, I consistently bring up the three primordial dawning entity powers within the gap, if you will. As these powers have changed since then, Yggdrasil remains the great tree. In between that gap of the north and the gap of the south, the fire of the south and ice of the north, and in that great gap, there is the tree that buds the Ymir and Adumla, and so there's no real specific timeline as to its all of its placement, but I clearly see that there's like this moment where the gods are not there, as Adumla is that life force that produces. There is again catalytic, static, and dynamic that plays out, and that is my studying and coming to the theosophical like patterning of things, trying to understand the patterns, seeing the stasis of Yggdrasil and the dynamicism of Adumla and the catalytic nature of Ymir, all playing out. And again, this pattern continuously happens throughout our lore in micro in macro as in micro. There's of course no, it gets very dicey, I guess would be the best word. It's the only word that comes to my mind right now. But when we speak of Buri rising out, and in the stories that I like to tell, especially the kids, when Buri rises out and climbs the cliff and goes into the primordial cold, and he lives there, and not much is known of him, and he begets a son. That son returns to the edge, knowing he is not of the Hrimthurser or the Hrimjotin. He sees out into the gap. He sees the budding tree, and he says, "There is where we will create our home," with his pregnant wife Bestla, and they travel into the mists of the gap and find the tree. But at that tree there is a threat, and I think that's what this is all about. Is this again? The catalyst is an imminent changing force. It might be dormant, but at any moment can spill over. And Adumla is, of course, dynamic in the sense that she has bridged through places. Pieces of her creation, her intent, her will have moved through and moved around, whereas Yggdrasil remains the center, the part of which all of the beginnings and the buddings of life are waiting. And when the gods return there from Nifl and from Niflheim, they initiate the growth, and thus the slaying of Ymir and the gods and their placement in the upper world. And the tree is bore up, and the middle world is created. And then, of course, the lower world is part of that ancient primordial that was from the beginning. So I do believe that they all three were placed with it, or manifested in the gap.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, that's one of those fundamentals to the existence of things. It's kind of a framework that that our existence is built upon. So I do think it was at that very early stage. Matt and Svan, thoughts on animism and people who claim Asatru and all religion is rooted in animism.
I know you've got a.
We call those people atheists, people that contemplate that, I speculate that all religion is primitives personifying rocks and trees as being spirits. It's arrogant and it's insulting. And I think that one of the big downfalls of it is because academics make that claim, people seeking to authentically go back to their pagan roots take that on as if that's a truth and then try to reintegrate that. And I don't think that's a successful thing to do. There's a difference between the rock being a spirit and the rock being a focal point of spirits that are not the rock. And that may be a subtle distinction, but it makes all the difference in the world. Thor's oak was sacred because it is a symbol and a worship spot and a sacred site to interact with Thor, not because the oak is Thor. Those two things are very different. And I think it's really important for us to accept the labeling of academics and of Christians that because our ancestors weren't Christian, they were, ooga boogas isn't the point. We have this veneration of ooga boogaism that is a disrespect to our ancestors. It's the same thing that makes everybody have to have ash on their face and, raccoon eye makeup and shoulder pelts and,
It was coming.
Look like you rolled out of bed. That's not our ancestors. You look at the Viking Age and previous, there's intricate attention given to grooming, wearing bright, colorful clothing and things. Dyes were really important. Appearance was important. Sophistication was important. Our ancestors were so very sophisticated. To revert that to some ooga booga animism stuff is insulting. And I think you see that. Certainly our own Germanic ancestors that way, obviously, or maybe less obviously, but a very bright example of that is Rome and Greece. They have developed society, developed religion. They are indisputably hyper advanced for that time in history without Christianity, and they weren't busy doing ooga booga stuff. They had a sophisticated religion based on, upward, celestial, above it, higher divinity, not rooting around in the dirt and worshiping a worm that they saw and that tree that they bumped into. And I think that path is very insulting, and I think it takes you far away from the essence of our faith. What are your thoughts, Svan?
Well, I think this is a subject that you and I have talked about at great length.
Yes.
And I give my answer in a two-path system. One, I think currently animism in modern day now is again part of a reaction. I think there's a rightful critique of modernity in general. And so a lot of people have a tendency to react against modernity by attaining a primal and or pretending to attain a primal or whatever scale it might be placed at. That there is this desire to emulate primal intentions as a kind of antithesis against modernity. And I understand that completely. What I do think, though, and again, playing on the orchestra analogy that I was running earlier, I think animism is to our faith as wood is to the violin. In an essence, there are clear connotations when we speak of geri and frekki and or hunan and munin in an animalistic sense. But what ultimately is becoming is that this primordial, this primal is shaped, is dominated by the player, the one playing the music. So the gods and their willful transmuting of primordial forces into a part of their playing. But you can't play the tree. The tree is shaped, but it does come from the tree. It's just that it's not a birch tree with strings on it or what have you. It's been shaped. So I often see a lot of these as a complete part of the overall transference of willful divine power over primordial, or the utilization of the primordial. Sometimes it does bridge close, like when we talk about Thor in relation to the Jotnar, or fighting fire with fire, or the primordial strength versus primordial strength. But at the same time, I don't think it's entirely one way. I think that we often see it as like animalistic nature being utilized for its animalistic nature. Instead, what we're seeing is a mastery of it and a focusing of it. And there's clearly, when we talk about the wild dog wolf clans, tribes, the kairos of the Odinic cults of the ancient days, that assumption of the animal in order to, again, transform or become more, to be honed, or to, again, utilize those things that we see in nature to make us better, make us stronger, to overcome these things. But staying in the animal does not make us stronger. Some people get caught in it. And I think that the gods do warn us about this quite often, is that animism is primordial. And for us to completely encapsulate ourselves in it doesn't allow us to control it, to hone it, and to move forward, and understanding that the tree does become the instrument. It is shaped and it is built and it is forged, or it is composed, and what that can do. We see it a lot with the talk of the berserker or the Urfhidnar, and a lot of that. And I think there's a lot in there, especially in relation to the way Christians kind of viewed their ancestors by the 12th century in relation to a lot of those things. But, like in the story, Hrolf saga with Bjarki, his spirit and the bear is not Bjarki. It is a component of, and he has mastered it completely. And so that is, I think, a part that a lot of people are lost on, is that sense of the components of the animalistic nature that's being utilized is being utilized. It's being controlled. It's being let forth. And it was always, kind of warned against, that if you let it consume you, it would bring you away from your society, from you would slowly drift into the Utgard, outside of the Innengard. Again, Egil's father, Skallagrim, and his father, Kveldolf, and it continually through their line is often referred to about their close interplay with like primal existence, and how it's a dangerous line to stand on. So I think it's the best way I could interplay that, is that animism is a concept that we utilize oftentimes in rejection to modernity, but that there are primordial, animalistic, and primal incentives that we must learn to control and hone and shape, and not fully encapsulate, because it, again, will pull us, I think, in the wrong direction.
Okay. What occupational skills does the AFA need most? IT, construction, etc. I imagine it's harder to use a BA in gender studies to further the goal of the AFA than an electrician's license. So all of that has to do with proximity. If you live near or want to relocate near one of our Hofs, then certainly we need guys in the trades that can help us doing building, repairing, maintenance, development of sites. That's a relatively new thing. We always need IT stuff. We need advertising acumen. I'd say we need lawyers. That's always good to have for a variety of reasons as we move forward. Having lawyers would be tremendously important as a skill set. And of what I can think of right now, those things are tremendously important. I would say, if I had to pick one, lawyers with different specialties. And that's kind of an abstract answer. It's not like we have any great legal battle to fight right now or whatever, but it goes with various forms of, for lack of a better term, adulting. That's something we lean on Alan on a lot of, hey, Alan, how do we do this? How do we sign up for that? How do we incorporate this? How do we, file this kind of tax thing? How do we do interacting with systems like that are things that a lot of us aren't very exposed to or very familiar with. Having people who are in those systems, very much so. I would say, if we had people who were involved in one of the other things is sometimes when we don't have those people, we don't even speak the right terms. Not banking so much, but guys that are involved in securing and getting loans for folks. That's a skill set that we need a lot. Honestly, that's one of the things with the Hoftoller that I want to mention. And we don't talk about it a lot. So the AFA has started heavily encouraging folks, a number of years ago to start getting on the Hoftoller. That's a percentage-based giving to the AFA of a minimum of 1% of a member's income. That scales up and down with that person's success and failures in life. So we bear the failures together, or we celebrate the success together. And it's a very fair and very, it accounts for circumstance. So it's really good that way. And it's helped us tremendously in our effectiveness. That being said, investors, day traders, people that can figure out how to make large sums of money, those donations spend across fields and across areas of expertise. So having somebody that knows how to invest well, a stockbroker, a investment or retirement specialist, those kind of things we need a lot. And they would help our members plan for their retirement significantly. That would be a huge help, especially as our people age. So I think those are the kind of skill sets that are probably most important. But here's the thing. We are a holistic faith, and the AFA is building a society of our faith. We have, we're getting people to move to Sigerheim and to the surrounding area there. We always need anything that entails. Literally every specialization in a skill set is valuable to us at some point. But what I think is most valuable to us currently, unless you find yourself near a Hoff, is those things you can do from distance, advising on things, investing in things, navigating technology. So the AFA, like that was a huge thing about this stream, is getting Lydia to help us, because she interacts with technology in a way that people like Svan and I in our 40s may not have any clue about what's cool with the kids now on streams and other stuff. So having that and having that kind of front end marketing assistance is huge, not to mention the tech assistance. So that's what I'd say are skill sets that are in the most need. Not trying to bust him out, but I think that our producer might have fallen asleep. So I'm not really sure what to do when we get to the end of our questions. Fortunately for us, we still have quite a bit to go. Right now I got to sort back to where we were. All right. Okay. Thoughts on venerating gray area gods like Skavi or Hela, for example? So I think that by the fact that you acknowledge in the question that they're gray area gods, I would say the best option for that is to do that in your private practice, at home, by yourself, or with your family, or whatever that case might be, perhaps even your kindred. Until such time as they may or may not be, when they stop being gray area, then I think that's much more appropriate to approach their veneration in a public sense, at an AFA event, for instance. I know a lot of people are uncomfortable, and the one that comes to mind the most, I don't think anybody is uncomfortable with Skavi, but people are uncomfortable with Hela. I've mentioned this on, I believe, last week's show. I'm really not, and I'm not rushing out there to make, to initiate a cult of Hela per se, but I don't feel that she is on the side of chaos. I don't see any necessary, death is a part of an ordered existence. Her conduct as the mistress of the dead is not spoken of in a malevolent or chaotic or bad way in our lore. The time that Balder spends in her realm, he is treated well and respectfully. So I don't have a hard line against making offerings or making respectful offerings to Hela. But knowing that other people are not comfortable with that, and her not being amongst the Aesir makes it not really my responsibility to, or like an obligation that I must. So it is very much a gray area, and those are my thoughts on it. I wish I could be more um, specific on it, but you mentioned two instances, and those are my thoughts on those two. So I see in the thing, veneration of Loki and his children brings nothing but bad luck. Okay, as far as Loki goes, absolutely. As far as Fenrir and Jormungand go, absolutely. But we celebrate Sleipnir, and Sleipnir's clearly not on the bad list. So it's one of those things that does make it kind of a gray area. But as far as venerating Loki and Fenrir and Jormungandr, absolutely, we don't want anything to do with that at all in any way. So, Svan, what are your thoughts?
I have a distinct hierarchy of understanding of the gods in relation to the way that I work with them or see them or interact. I see this hierarchy, and I guess first would be the overarching idea that there is the Aus, the 12 Aus. There are the 14 Ausinir, that we utilize the Gylfaginning as a format for. And then outside of that, there is what I would call the Austvenir, the ones unified with order, but were not always, or perhaps were cultivated within the order structure. Sif would be a perfect example of the cultivation within, whereas Skadi would be the one that was not, but aligned with. And I think that manifests itself in either the placement of duty through marriage or through childbirth, or both. And I think that's how it manifests in the stories. So looking at those relationships and what they mean within the gods, what is the unification of marriage in a divine sense of powers unifying with them is a sense of alignment, a coming into. I don't see, I think it's a universal concept to see the Jotuns as a completely different race, per se, as we have often talked about that. So when we talk about the Austvenir, they are the ones clearly now in alignment with, and I often use, I think that Snorri used the word Jotun liberally a lot with, especially with elder forces, and was kind of, again, when he was tackling the divine forces and trying to encapsulate a more Greco-Roman-esque classical sense in the stories, anything that fell outside of those parameters was kind of labeled a Jotun. And then clearly sometimes those nomenclatures are very, very concise. But I have always hierarchied the gods as the Aus, the Ausinir, the Austvenir, and then the heavenly wardens that are involved with Dellinger's Hall and the dawning of the light, Osthura, Not and Day, and their functions within all of the rotational powers. But when it comes to like Hela and specifics, there's one thing that in that story I like to bring up sometimes is we see in the place away from time, Hela is given a stasis throne there outside of time. She is kind of a dominion over those that inevitably fall to that transformational place and then can thus return from. But you look at Jormungandr. Jormungandr is catalytic. He is wide and on the edges. He is a barrier to be broken. So again, catalyst versus catalyst. Thor versus Jormungandr, and then you see the dynamic threat, the most viable and virulent threat, enters into the higher abode. So you have almost a classification of immediacy of threat. And as Alcir Gothi brought up about Sleipnir and things of that nature, you can see these placements being had. The alignment between the gods and the Jotuns, Aegir and Raun, and the point of the primordial ocean, the depths of the very creation before the gods equalized everything and brought things to order, is a connection to that, the cauldron, the primordial. Again, it kind of plays out in the idea that even in the ocean, there are the life forms that are older and have not moved from those primordial states. So I see that, you know, this alignment to Aegir and Raun, even though very touchy, is a connecting point to the ancient primordial source of much within the middle world, specifically with Earth, with the connection to the blood of Ymir, for the purpose, with intention of creating an anchor point in the material through that stage, if you will. When we talk about Skadi, I've always associated Skadi with the mountains and the glaciers. I believe very much so that the story of Njörður and Skadi is a time in our observing of the ordering of the world, that the cutting of the river by the glacier to the ocean has significance there, much like how a lot of people associate the felling of wheat or the burning of the orchard or the grain or what have you, in relation to kind of the story of Thor and Sif and the losing of her hair. I think that there are deep cultural and intrinsic meanings to a lot of that. So in that sense, like, I don't think that the Ausvanir are always desiring of being honored by the folk, but perhaps are more intrinsically built into helping the gods maintain order. And that honoring them can be, again, like Alcir said, a personal choice of these things. But honor, like, again, with the Ausvanir, they're doing their job, they're doing their orchestrated part, their willful dominion, without really an interaction with the folk, especially like in relation to death. But death clearly serves that function. The encapsulation of the soul might of the folk soul, the encapsulation of Baldur and Nana, and they're, a place away from time, a place away from cataclysm and dynamicism, that stasis place. Honoring them is, again, a personal flavor. And I Go the East said it best. We don't invite death into the hall. It's not that it's taboo in to honor or understand or respect the nature of that cycle within natural law, which is death, but that it has no place in the festivity or in the inner guard. It is just the job that is being done, despite whether we honor it or not. And the divine, the power behind that is will continue to do those things as they were instructed to do by the gods, by Odin, and all of the gods in creating the order have set these things up with very little consideration as to exactly our interplay with them. So it's up to the individual in a lot of ways. I don't think that you'll find a ton of open cult practice, as Alcir said. That's a great term for it. But there is mention or understanding and connectivity and a kind of an acknowledgement of these forces doing their dominion in the whole scheme, because that's how the gods set it up. So by acknowledging that, you're acknowledging the order that has been set up by the gods.
And so to add on to that, because I know this causes some consternation of folks, I'm not necessarily saying like that should be your patroness, but the times that I've heard people outside of people who are struggling with, okay, I don't mean to be insulting, who are struggling with mental illness, sane people that I've heard of have had near death experiences and wanted to make an offering of appreciation, or people who've had loved ones that have passed, and like, hey, take care of so and so and make an offering. And I think that's a nice gesture, just like interacting with anything else. What I think people need to keep in mind is intention and how important that is. We have a lot of people in Western magical tradition and Wicca and other things that have this huge fear of spiritual entities. And I try to approach bad things in a similar starting point as I try to approach good things. In my current existence, if I want to treat a person respectfully, what would I do? Well, that's the base of how I learn to approach my gods. Well, if there's someone who is, my enemy or on the other team or whatever, or might mean me harm, how do I approach them? I don't run and hide from them. I'm not scared of them. I can hold my own. I also don't egg them on and look for a problem. I don't invite things callously, and I don't step into things without thinking about them. But I'm also not constantly scared that if I don't throw salt over my shoulder, evil spirits are going to come after me. At some point, that's not how you would behave in your mundane existence. You should apply, and it's not the same when there's different rules interacting with entities on different levels, but you've got to at least start from that point. If you ideologically find it inappropriate to make an offering to Hela, then that's fine. But you shouldn't just out of fear. You should do whatever you're doing out of a clear intention of what the purpose is and make that known. And so that's a little bit more context on that. I apologize to people with questions in line. I'm going to let people skip the line just because, like I said, I believe that I hope that Nick has fallen asleep. That's the scenario that I think happened. So we may just have a rough, like, boom, Matt hits the power button and closes the stream tonight. Hopefully that doesn't mess anything up when that's game time. That said, when I see a question in the chat, I'm just going to go hit it, because if not, I'll forget the question and we don't have our system down because he's not able to monitor it right now. So the question is it possible that Fenris was originally an Ulfhednar warrior, the symbol of youth who was supposed to learn how to restrain his battle rage? He's got similarities with Cuchulainn, a hero. Fenris might have been demonized when the sovereign powers, symbolized by Tyr, outlawed the wolf cult warriors when Christianity came in. No. No, I get if you're trying hard to find connectivity, you can find those things. But no, I don't think it's about that at all. And I think that's way overreach. And I think that's treating our gods as symbols and not as gods. And that's not something we're interested in doing. Our next question in the list, let me go back and find that.
I've heard of that connection to Kukulain and the wolf, but
there's, and this is the thing. When we simplify it and wolf equals bad, that way oversimplifies stuff. Odin has 2 wolves. Those wolves are just fine. But Fenrir particularly is the personification of ravenous destruction, of chaos, devouring order. Every iteration of a wolf in our lore isn't bad. In our ancestors' time, there's animals that surround them all the time, and because there's, you know, I think that's trying to put things in a box as if we are studying the history of folklore. No, we're practicing a religion, and it's very different when you approach it from that angle. And it's no disrespect to the person asking the question at all. Please don't take it that way. But everything is not a symbol. Some things are entities that exist, and that's the place we should start from. Some things are symbols. Don't get me wrong. Wolf Throne suggests that Nick died. I hope he did not.
I hope he did not.
I hope that's, well, no, I can't. Okay, so the thought has occurred to me, and I'm a little bit concerned. I hope he's all right, but I think he probably just fell asleep because it's late and he's tired. He's been literally working on the back end of making sure this stream works good for like 24 hours. He and Lydia both have really done triple overtime on this, run themselves ragged, trying to help with stuff on moving over to a different stream setup. And so they're probably both very exhausted. Okay, so after giving an offering on your home altar, how long should you wait before pouring/throwing it out? And what is the most respectful way of disposing of it? Context is everything. Depends what it is, what environment you live in. If you got dogs and cats and other animals, you know, where you have it versus where they are. If you don't have, I think is kind of a nice rule of thumb, if you don't have children that are going to wander up and, you know, eat it, or animal like dogs and cats that are going to mess with it, I'd say overnight. What I think is always kind of a good option and a best option if you have the availability is, you know, when you're done, take it outside to a special tree, or if you have a hoard set up, and leave it out there, and nature takes care of that. I think in a spiritual way, because we're not animists, but our gods work through natural forces often. You know, the various scavengers that come and take it, that's part of giving it to the gods, is that process occurring and it disappearing through that process. That's my thoughts. But, you know, any situation, like I said, I felt bad. I didn't want to at the prison situation I was at on Monday. I didn't want to pour it down the sink, but the options available were in the trash can, in the sink, in the toilet. The sink was my best option. You do what you can do. If you have a place like, again, for a home ritual, I think the best thing is to find a tree in your yard that's special, that's sacred. You know, it's kind of like your ornament tree, your special tree, and give your offerings that way. I think that's what most people probably do. Some people may have a special hoard or a special place just built for that, and that's also, you know, a really good option. But whatever you do, the intention is the biggest thing. Svan, do you have kind of a rule of thumb you go by on that?
Yeah, I do it immediately, but I have a friend who he he does like he only works predominantly with libational fluids, so it's not a lot with like food or fruit or things like that. So generally he will leave it overnight, and he also has a wall mounted harrow, so it's not on accessible from little children, though he doesn't have kids anymore. He's all grown. But it became part of his practice. He would leave it overnight, so he would float at night and then lay to rest in the morning. And it was kind of like a thing in his mind about the idea of internal view and interacting with the barrier of himself being broken in the dark, and then coming back to and manifesting into reality in the light with new spiritual growth, and then just laying it down. I usually do it right away, mainly because I don't want anything to, be attracted by it, whether, especially with like mead, you could have like ants and things like that. So, but it does bring up a great point. I saw when we were talking about those altar talks and kind of stuff floating around, people talking about certain things. One, it was made, if you honor the gods of cosmic order, you should then place your offering on top of a hill or in a fire. And if you honor the gods of natural law and the chthonic and of the earth and the water, then you should bury a hole and place it in there and then cover it. And I thought, man, that's great if you have that capability, but not everybody does. And so again, considering what you give in relation to where you live and what is available for you to do is a huge part of that. We have members who they're homesteaders, and they live out on huge tracts of land of their own, and they have animals and things like that. There's a lot of stuff going on there. Other people are living in an apartment, or they're in the military. That was me for many, many years. And you have to make do with what you have. But again, I'm not going to not give gift. So I would say take all those into consideration. I think it's culturally pointed to give by fire or give by earth in certain cases. And I think that adds a whole component to the entirety, bringing to an end the entirety of the gift cycle, which has beauty and poeticism to it. But sometimes you can't do that. And so one thing I would say is, again, no matter what, you're not just chucking the end of the cycle is just as important as the beginning. So one thing that I have always kind of taught as a basic to give people who are new to this and might not know what to do, take your gift, go to a special place outside, a tree, a stone, whatever it may be. And once this cycle is completed, a simple prayer of from the earth to our hands to the gods, from the gods, or you could say ancestors, from the gods to our hands to the earth. And what this does is this is an implication of the three levels. The idea of the upper is what we strive for. It's the divine. It's the opening. Even if you're talking to your ancestors, the idea is like, again, you're elevating through the gift cycle a process outside of yourself. So it is above you, and it is an attempt to move forward and upward. But ultimately, it must come back down and be placed back into the whole cycle of it all. So I found that that's one of the easiest ways if you're looking for some like basic points, bullet points. I would say that's one of the best things to do. So one of those key things of having on your altar is what we would call a hlaut boli, or a hlaut bowl. It is the mite. It's the gifting bowl, and transferring your gift into that bowl, and then taking that bowl somewhere to reverently place it out, and then clean your bowl out and put everything away and douse your fire so there's no fire hazards overnight, because you have to consider these things, and making sure that everything's clean and tidy, and that your hands, you wash yourself before you start, and afterwards, you wash your hands, wash the area, and go reverently into your life again.
All right. Have either of you heard of the band Falkenbach? A bit old and obscure, I think, but the lead singer lived in Iceland, I believe. I have never heard of that band. What about you, Svan?
Yes, I have. I think there's still some stuff floating around on YouTube with them. Yeah, I can't. I mean, I have vague memories of some of their songs, but I have heard of them. But I can't like rattle off the title of a song. But I also get them confused sometimes. I'll find them when I'm looking for another musician who's I don't know where he is gone. He sang a song called Hammer of Bronze, and his last name was I think it's Falkenstein, or that's what he went on YouTube was. I think it was like Bob Falkenstein or Falkenstein.
Yes, that's why it sounded so familiar to me.
Yeah, I get them confused sometimes.
So I've met that guy, and he gave me one of his albums. That guy was pretty cool. I only met him one time, but I'm unaware of the German band.
Yeah, his song Hammer of Bronze and My Ancestors Are in These Hills, talking about their blood and their soil and beautiful music, really, really interesting stuff. Don't know what happened to him, but I sometimes will find one when I'm looking for the other, and that's kind of how I know about them.
I think he did a song about Utasita.
Yeah, Utasita, Hammer of Bronze, and my ancestor or my kin are in the hills, or my ancestors are in the hills. I don't even know if those are still on.
So not at all what the questioner asked, but that's where we went because that's the only point of connection we've got there. So
yeah, because they're so similar, and I would write in his name, and then I'd find their songs and listen to that. So
no, absolutely. And shoot, when I met him was probably 13 years ago, 10 years, 11 or 12 years ago. The next question, thoughts on Jason Cohn, his books, and his YouTube channel, No White Guilt. I have never met or interacted with him personally outside of I did one episode of his show one time, and he treated me very well on that episode. We had a misunderstanding over his characterization of Asatru one time, and there was a little bit of grumpiness, but we got on the other side of that, and he was the guy that when we were looking for someone to loan us money from Njordshof, he was the one that was able to produce the connection of the guy that ended up loaning us the majority of that money, actually. So his help on that was very, very helpful and much appreciated. And it's one of the reasons we were able to follow through making Njordshof happen. So that was really cool. Some of his ideas really good. I think that the basic concept of being cautious with our words and not falling into ideologically accepting certain premises by the choice of words that we use is probably very smart. By being selective in our word choice, kind of rearranging the battlefield of thoughts and ideas, I think is a smart thing to do. I think, many of his very devoted followers take that to an obnoxious extreme that's very off-putting, but I don't think that's on him. I think that tends to happen a lot with people's very passionate fan groups. So I think that's part of that. That's probably the most I got to add on that. Svan, do you have any thoughts on Jason Cohn or No White Guilt?
I lurk a lot, and I like to see what people are saying and kind of listen in, and I don't really comment all the time, but I'm aware, and I follow his posts on social media. I think positivity is a phenomenal perspective to really rally around. Is the idea is not falling into negative thought patterns, not falling into negative tropes that people want us to be into, which I think is brilliant. Outside of that, as far as perhaps membership or specific people, I don't really have I know that there are some folks who talk about some of the ideas, and we've even talked about them a little bit at Thorshoff. But again, at what point, I think it fills a strange gap between religious and spiritual community and politics, because he references a lot about how politics is like those tropes that they try to put us into are like politically driven, and I think that's wise. But specifically to say I'm interacting with him at all, that's not true, and with any of the people, but I will certainly sit and listen and kind of contemplate and think about it. But again, if it's the gray zone between like political wellness, there's like personal and societal wellness, and then there's spiritual wellness. I'm clearly in the spiritual wellness camp, and I find that my necessity to reach outside of that, again, compartmentalizing, very, very strict. I have lots of very, very strict borderings on things. I like to own the box I'm in, if you will. I don't see anything wrong with what he says. Unless he's said something that I haven't seen or noticed. So I'm not saying everything he says I 100% agree with, but a lot of the concepts that I have heard are very interesting, very intelligent, and worth noting, I think, for anybody really to get your head out of. I think a lot of people have victim complex. I think a lot of people have adversarial complex and reactionary complexes, and a lot of what he talks about is a reclamation towards, again, kind of what Founder McNallen says, is we have a right to exist. We have a right. Our existence is non-negotiable, and so once you state that, what do you do? And the answer to that question is, I believe, is to get right spiritually and to teach your children and interact with your people. And even if you do interact with people outside of your people, your interactions should be based off of a call to logic, a call to reason, a call to an understanding that there is a unilateral desire. Any person, any people would want the welfare of their people to be a priority, and that having there's people out there that don't want white people to be racially conscious in any way, shape, or form, but absolutely okay with it with everyone else, and being able to engage in those conversations from a point of positivity is, I think, very valuable.
So, guys, I got great news. Nick is alive.
Woo!
I was going to say alive and well. I don't know about the well part, but he lives. He did, in fact, fall asleep, but he has risen. So we had way back before Nick took a siesta there, we had somebody with a monetized thing, and I saw the little sword clang, but I could never get an answer on what the back end on that was. Nick posted it up. It was for $1 from Anon. Anon, I don't know if you're still here or not. I hope that you are. If not, I apologize. He says, you have 4 beautiful hofs now dedicated to different gods, but do you have any hofs planned dedicated to goddesses? Freya's hof, Frigg's hof? Yes, that is hof 14 and 13, respectively. Yes, we absolutely do have planned that, and who's to say after that? We've got them planned out to hof number 14. So there you have that. Sorry, I'm communicating with Nick on on some stuff. Cool. So I'm glad. I thought I was going to have to just like press stop and have a hard end on this instead of our outro music and everything. So that's cool. What do you think of YouTuber Norse Magic and Beliefs? I have absolutely zero familiarity with that. I can't say I've ever heard of it before. Svan, do you have thoughts?
I might know him by sight, but I don't recall him by name. There's quite a few people that I also kind of peek in on YouTube to look around and watch their videos. Is that my question would be, I think, is he Nordic? Is he from Scandinavia? Because I have a vague correlation to the name to a guy that's living, I think he's kind of living out in the country and doing his own thing. And he has obviously, I think, some globalist sensibilities, but that might not be the same guy that I'm thinking of. So I don't want to say that that's the same guy and be completely
wrong. Chat says dude's Norwegian.
Yeah. So there's like two Scandinavian guys that I've looked into. One of them is he's very active on X, and he's his name is Bjorn. I don't know the rest. There's some more to it. He seems he's always usually near a fire, and he's seems to be very kind of aligned with the idea of tribalist folkish ideas, and he's not kind of a no nonsense guy. And then there's another guy who's usually indoors when he's talking, and I think he does have some kind of Nordic global. Sometimes I think that Scandinavians, especially in relation to politics, they get a little hoity-toity, and they're kind of like these bubble globalists where, they just kind of like, oh, it's, if you think a certain way, you're usurping our faith, and you know nothing about it, and you are just this silly person who doesn't know what he's talking about, and the truth is that everyone can do this, and they just kind of go on these tirades, and I'm like, oh, it's so tiresome. But every once in a while they do knock in some good stuff.
It's fun. You talk like that all the time. Be proud of your roots.
Terrible Swedish Lil, if you.
Yeah,
I'm not good at it.
No, stop. Seriously. From now on, I only want you to talk in that accent.
You want me to talk like Varg Vikernes?
Every single time, yes.
Yes.
1,000 times.
How are the Vanir truly part of the uterus?
Okay, so if you guys put together a collection right now, if you pay off Njordshof in one lump sum, we will require Svan to speak in that accent on every episode of VNS he has ever on from this point forward.
So
just put it out there. Svan, have you heard of Elfdalian, a Northern Germanic language dialect spoken in Sweden? It supposedly was quite isolated and so stayed closer to Old Norse than other languages.
No, I'm not familiar with it. No, not at all. And I'm kind of I like languages. I love looking into them. It doesn't ring a bell at all. I mean, it kind of reminds me of the same idea about Stavr and the I forgot the one particular guy that was from Norway saying that his family practiced this martial art of runic ways, and that it was that was kind of his plea to authenticity in ancient sense. But I'm not heard of it. I would look it up right now, but I'm dependent right now because of our setup. My phone and ability to see the chat and things like that is entirely dependent on the phone being locked. So no, I'm not familiar. Actually, can you say that again?
All right. So, and I could be butchering it. Yes. So, yes. So, sorry, my thing's glitching up a little bit. All right. Dalian, all one word.
And it's EL or AL?
AL.
Okay.
I mean, EL, okay. ELF, elf. DALIAN.
Elf Dalian. No, I'm not familiar with that at all. I remember, learning about pockets. Like there were places in the Crimea where people were still speaking like a proto form of Gutenish or Gothic up until like the 17th century.
So for further context, the one who asked the question, Folking Shieldwall, says it's only spoken by like 3,000 people in a remote area in Sweden.
Ooh.
So there you have it.
I'm going to look it up.
Rabbit hole. You can go down this rabbit hole too, and I'm curious if you've heard of these guys. Next question. Have either of you heard of the Denali Institute and their 9-year program? Thoughts? Yes, but I have not heard about it in a long time, and I forget, there was like one person I talked to really early on that was aware of it. And if I remember right, it's run out of, okay. So I'm looking at the website right now just to make sure. And I remember this guy. I've never met him or interacted with him in any way. I think I once met a guy that said he had gone through one of his programs. But if I'm right, he was teaching out of like Eagle River, Alaska. It could have been Palmer or Wasilla, but somewhere in that area. And, I had run into it online when I lived up there, and it was just kind of an interesting thing. A question on the side, Denali's in Alaska, right? Yes, it is. It's the Alaska Native word for Mount McKinley. But yeah, it was up there, and it was kind of, this reclusive institute, and he had these courses, but I'd never heard of anybody who'd actually taken it, except for I think this one gentleman that lived down in Kenai Soldotna area. But I can't be positive. Svan, have you ever heard of this guy's Denali Institute?
No, I have not. I find it interesting, but at the same time, kind of, I don't know, the remoteness of it. Like for $75 become a Vitki or.
Oh yeah, did you look it up then? I'm looking on his website, and his website's recent. It's copyright Denali Institute of Northern Traditions 2023. So it's still something that's in operation. Other than I have known that existed for a really long time since I was kind of first getting involved in things, but I don't know anything more than kind of what I just said.
Yeah, I see that these courses are not quick. They're not fast by any means. And these packages that he's speaking of, I don't know. I guess the commercial sense of it, but again, being in Alaska, kind of super separated from things, and to be honest, I don't know anything about it. I haven't looked it up. This is the first time I've looked into it.
Most of these things are probably some kook that doesn't know anything, and it's ridiculous, but you always hope that there's some reclusive mystic that lives in a cave that's got this, super special wisdom that the rest of us, I say that, I hope that too. That would be awesome. I think I always hold out hope for those kind of things. So I really don't know anything about it, and I certainly can't talk poorly about it. So I've got nothing. I think it's impressive that these are like long and in-depth courses. That's kind of cool. But yeah, if you guys know more about it, please tell us what you know in the chat, because I really am kind of fascinated about it. I haven't thought about that in a very, very long time.
Yeah, Bjorn the Bull or Bull Hansen. That's the guy I was talking about. That's by the fire. It's kind of a survivalist, naturist, but also very, very, aware, I think, of global issues that are causing issues in places that are not global.
All right. If Tyr is the center star the sky revolves around, and the Great Bear is part of that, could Tyr be connected to the swastika? So the North Star, isn't it technically part of Ursa Minor, or am I wrong?
Yeah, yes, it is a part of Ursa Minor.
Okay.
And Ursa Major, you can correlate it, but not in the Ursa Major sense.
Yeah, you follow it off of the tail, right? And it points
the front of the front of the spoon, if you will.
Front edge. Yeah,
yes.
You follow that.
Place your thumb upon it, it'll point you right at it.
There you go. So is that being said, do you find, because we've all seen that graphic of the swastika, of like the swastika that's made from the Big Dipper, or from the Little Dipper, rather, at the 4 different seasons. Do you think that's just cool, or do you think there's something to that?
Well, I mean, Ursa Major, all constellational stuff. It seems to be that our ancestors had a kind of a different format of constellations, but they seem to exist. I mean, we have, Thiazi's eyes, Arundel's toe, Frigga's distaff. There's lots of mentions of constellational things, but they didn't survive. And so I don't know about any, like, say, correlation between, say, Ursa Major or the bear, or even if our ancestors, viewed that as the bear. I do have a kind of, I don't know, I think that pattern and seeing that pattern could be established very easily, especially from people who are so closely related to sea travel. And I'm talking even migration period Europeans traveling through the Black Sea, through the Aegean Sea, through the Mediterranean, around England, and up through into the Nordic lands, had to have seen that kind of sense. However, connection-wise to I don't know, the Sonnenrod, or the only thing I know based on lore is that the Sonnenrod was oftentimes referred to as the hammer of Thor. So that's one, like, linguistic and lore-based connection that I have. I've never really seen. However, me personally, I've always placed the Sonnenrod, again, in correlation to the divine and their dominion, as a symbol of their dominion over all of the primordial elements and pieces that are utilized and manifest. I take that symbol to be a divine symbol of willful dominion in the material. But as in correlation directly to Tyr, I've never seen it. Some people have, there's scants when it comes to the Irminsul and the North Star, because the Irminsul has also been, kind of leveled towards Saxnot amongst the Saxons, or Irminsul, of course, immediately it's Odin. It's like right into there. And I'm not saying that it isn't, because we don't know, but at the same time, I have kind of always seen its shape as being the pillar that holds up the sky, being the separator between the material and the upper realm. And I've always found that to be more of a materialistic and formulative thing, as opposed to Yggdrasil in the heavenly realm. But no, I don't, not to my knowledge that they're that correlation. I hadn't really seen that diagram until, I guess, within the last 8 years. And I think it's really cool. And I'm almost positive there's just no way that our ancestors could not have seen that, because they were so correlated to the stars, but it wasn't written down. I'm not saying that it doesn't have potency now.
It's hard to say, and it's one of the things, and I mentioned this when we first started our deal on the runes. One of the important things about the runes is it shapes the lens in which you view things from. And your mind makes runic connections when they're not necessarily intended by things, but because you are now seeing the world through the lens of the runes. And I think that we've internalized some of these sigils, and so we see them when they pop up, and we apply meaning to them that our ancestors didn't. That's not invalid or bad. It just isn't necessarily our ancestors' experience. It doesn't make anything wrong with it by all means. I think it's really cool and very, very interesting. The next question is, or the next and final question is, you mentioned gods could share the thunder weapon, so it's possible. Yeah. Svan, do you recall when you might have mentioned that and where you were going with that? That was at 10:30 my time.
Yeah, when I was talking about the tripartites amongst the Aryan branches, one of the things I had found during a lot of that study was that the Etruscans called the whole of their gods, they called them the Esir, ESIR is I think what it was translated into modern English, and but I think they believed in a total of 9, and they all could throw lightning. Lightning for them was seen as an implemental tool of all the divine, and that the way that they viewed us interacting with divinity is that lightning was not seen as a protective force. It was seen as an implemental force, and it could be good or bad. It could, you did something wrong, you get struck by lightning, it's terrible, you die, and that was one of the gods of their essence is striking you down. The usage of lightning, that was the reason why I was looking into that was because the Etruscans and their usage of lightning in relation to the Greeks, and the difference between the scepter of Zeus and the lightning bolt of Zeus, and whether or not the lightning bolt was a drift over from the Phoenicians, and their god Baal had a lightning bolt. And so the idea of the scepter versus the lightning bolt, or in essence, I couldn't find any real differentiation other than people had speculated. But again, the tripartite of the Greeks and the Etruscans, and looking at the singular bolt versus the bident of Hades, and the helmet that obscures his eyes, and of course the trident of Poseidon, and how they kind of numbered their tripartite thrones, being Greek and into all that math. No, I would have done crayons. No, they kind of did a different mode from the Etruscans, and whether or not the Etruscans were Proto-Indo-Europeans, that whole thing, that was a big look into that, because we don't have a ton of information, but we have more on them than we do about the Gauls. They're still kind of piecing together Teratatis and Tyrannus and Essus, and the dynamic, catalytic, and stasis of that tripartite, not having much on it. So they're the only branch I have ever seen speak of lightning as being an implement of the gods in total, that it wasn't just relegated specifically to a striker, if you will, for lack of, or for just ease of the conversation.
Okay, so one more question popped up, and all right, question is thoughts on Donald Trump. It's outside the scope of what we usually talk about, and it's whatever. To answer that question, we could spend another 2 hours, and I'm tired. I want to go to sleep, so I'm not going to do that. Real quickly, things that I think are good. First politician on a national stage like that I thought was telling me honest things and not telling me pre-scripted, from the overlords of the politicians what you have to say. That's really encouraging. The straightforwardness, I always really liked. My favorite president in my lifetime, certainly. Obviously, he's been extremely unfairly treated by lots of people, whether you're a fan or you're not. The standard, what has been shown very, very clearly is that the standard he is being treated by is radically different than anyone on the left and how they've been treated in, anything approaching a closely similar scenario. The political vindictiveness up to and including the current situation he finds himself in should be obvious for the world to see, and it's unfortunate it's not, how unfairly biased that's being handled compared to other things. And this isn't meant as a rousing, like, pro-Trump thing. It's just saying it's very obvious that he is being treated drastically differently than people of the other party that do other things that are just completely forgotten about or chose not to be acted on. The other thing is election integrity. We heard for 4 solid years everything questioning his election and how there was Russian collusion and how this and that and the other. Yet in the election, and this is important, a lot of us, including myself, feel like that election was stolen. And then when we went to the powers that be that have been talking about how important election integrity is, to look into it, no one would even pretend to try to look into it. And I think that was one of the most disappointing indictments of that whole scenario. But I mean, if we're going to talk about one of the most polarizing political figures in recent times, we could spend another 5 hours, 6 hours doing that. Svan, do you have any quick thoughts on President Trump?
Yeah, I think you hit some positive notes, especially about ultimately the canary. He's the canary in the coal mine of the detrimental state in which, we're stuck inside a cage playing tag with people that have box cutters. These people are, just seeing some of the nefarious levels of political. I want to say a bad word, but I'm not going to say it. So I'll just, political shenanigans that they're playing should be eye-opening to anyone. And I think it has been. I think it's brought a lot of people to an awareness about how a lot of those policies of those box-cutting wielding psychos destroy cities, and whole states are evacuating and moving to other states so that they could spread their terrible ideology again, even though it's muted for a little bit. But outside of that, I mean, I'm still kind of, I like the fact that when he said the N-word, he said nationalist, and the media and everyone flipped their lids. I thought that was kind of fun. I thought that was kind of a funny thing. I don't consider him particularly a nationalist as I do maybe a patriotic fellow. But just watching the media absolutely, lose their minds because they are global communalist thinking people. I still think that he failed on the wall process. I know a lot of people blame the Democrats, but following after his presidency, we've had the worst border crisis and it's been downplayed by the media and all of that stuff. And I really wish that there was more moving forward there, working with states and getting that done, because I think that's a huge problem that we have in our country. And then overemphasizing ridiculous things that are not important, like where you're going to move the embassy in Israel, or the unemployment rate of certain demographics. We don't care. If you just fix things will start to get better. Stop hyper focusing and kowtowing to the. I'm not a racist. I'm helping people do this and do that. That was just so tiresome to watch him do. But again, you're right. Like you said, they just hit him with such conniving things about the way everything he's talked about, and people are so brainwashed. I mean, it was like COVID politics. Everyone was just like, got to wear the mask. Orange man bad.
So this is the point I really want to emphasize here, especially in relation to, you know, we're political advocacy for candidates or positions isn't something that we're trying to do here with this. But the example of when there is someone that goes outside of the very tightly controlled, politically correct narrative and the way they are shut down and treated with just shocking venality and the media letting it pass is what I think is really important. Watching and through this, other groups of people are picking up on this as well, and the trust in the media is at an all-time low.
As it should be.
That is hopeful. You know, I was at so I will end on this. I was at Baldershoff or something, and I was staying in a motel over in Wilmer, a town close by, and I got up one morning to eat my Dixie cup waffle breakfast, because that's the best thing ever when you get the little cup of the squirt the waffle batter in it. You get the little flip waffle. I love that when I stay at a hotel. It makes me happy. But I digress. So I was eating my waffle with the peanut butter, the little peanut butter packets that you can get with it. That's awesome. So I was doing that, and these two African-American gentlemen that did not seem like they would strike you as politically astute were watching the news, and you know, they were remarking on how poorly they were suffering under the Biden administration, and how, like, you know, these people's lying. Under Trump, these gas was cheap. Like, they had something, you know, they were regular people that aren't on our team, that aren't pro a party, were saying, hey, no, what they're saying on the TV is just not true. Things are not better than they were previously. We know better than that. And I've watched a lot of different groups of people take note that the media is feeding them something that just isn't true. And we've seen it more in the past few years than ever before. Hopefully more people wake up to things and look into some things for themselves and make educated decisions, and not decisions based on being spoon-fed by the media, because unfortunately media is really failing us lately. That said, we appreciate you guys so much for sticking with us, and all of your, you know, dealing with our tech stuff and participating in our fun new little donate features and everything else. We appreciate that. Yeah, thanks, guys. You guys make this show work. It's run off y'all's questions. We've had a really good chat room tonight over on the side. Svan, thank you as always for being here and sharing your wisdom with all of us. We appreciate it. And huge thanks this week go to Nick and to Lydia for all of the work they've put in on the new formatting on things. They're going to continue to tighten it up for next time, and they have put in, you know, a ridiculous number of hours over the past 3-4 days on this. So thank you guys so much. Good night. Till next time, hail the gods, hail the folk, hail the AFA, and remember, victory never sleeps.